Judge.
Here.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present.
Andy H. Wynn, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Fickus, Commissioner Precinct 3. J.D. Johnson, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes a quorum.
Before we get started today, I'm sure many of you, if you saw the news last night, saw the news about the individual who may have, I think they're still trying to determine whether it was a diabetic problem or not, but ran through the parking lot, hit and killed the little girl, the little 7-year-old girl. That was a daughter of one of our county employees, Mark DeGear, who is at the bond desk in the sheriff's office. That was his family. It was he and his wife, Savannah, was killed. Gianna, another one of the daughters, was injured. So as we kind of go through the next couple of days, let's please keep that family in our prayers. I'm sure that if there's anything we can do, we'll reach out to the family and help any way we can. But certainly we want to keep them in our prayers as we go forward. On a more light note, I would like to wish our Commissioner happy birthday today.
Thank you.
We won't sing.
Thank you.
I saw the mayor this morning, and she said that I think she's going to take you out to dinner tonight, or you
Yes, for a fact.
So have a great day, and
We finish in time.
well, we're going to do that. We'll make sure. She made me promise that we'd get you out of here in time for that. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Manius, and let you start the process.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the court, well, it's that time of year again, so we're going to go ahead and do a presentation very quickly, and this will be a presentation by the Administrator's Office, the Audit Department, and also the Budget Office. So I want to talk a little bit about the economy. As you know, we are still in the process of recovering. I think one of the things that's important to note, though, that Texas basically has been a state that has been less impacted by the national downturn in the economy, and Tarrant County is probably one of those counties that has been least impacted of any other county in the state. So we live in a community that, quite frankly, is a very resilient community, one where that job growth continues, and the economy, in all appearances, looks like that it is improving. When we get to the point of, or as we move forward with the FY13 budget, there's a couple of things that we'd like for you to know. First of all, on the appraised net taxable value, our values are up. If you look at the PowerPoint slide, you'll see that 2012 is slowly but surely increasing over 2011. One thing to note is that on the 2011 and actually all the prior years, that value is set on a September value that we're getting from TAD, or taxed at that deal. State law requires that we set our budget based on the July 25th numbers. And so when you see 2012, while there is an improvement in that, we believe that or in hope that value will actually go up even more when we get our September rolls.
Just eyeballing that graph, it looks like we're back up to about 2008 in revenue. We
are actually a little bit higher than that. We are at about $125.5 billion, and that compared to last year was $124 billion. 2010 was $122 billion. 2009 was $126 billion. So. And then 2008 was $123 billion. So we're moving actually fairly close to what we were seeing in 2009. Yes, sir. So, and it just confirms that what we're seeing is that prices are stabilizing, and there continues to be growth within our community as far as AV value. When you look at our tax rate, the tax rate that you see today, or will hear about today, and also the one that was provided to you in our budget letter to you, is a stable tax rate. It has no increase over the last several years, and our tax rate, what we're proposing, is a 0.264 per $100 valuation. Now, that .264 contains both the maintenance and operation fund plus the debt service fund. When you compare our tax rates to the other large counties in the state, you'll see that we continue to be the second lowest tax rate of any county. You had actually combined our tax rate, the hospital tax rates for Tarrant County and the county tax rate, and the Dallas County tax rate. I believe that we will probably be actually less than the cumulative value as it relates to Dallas County. New construction. I think what you're seeing on this chart is basically a reflection of what has happened in the economy, both nationwide and locally. You'll see that 2009 was one of our highest years on new construction. We actually had about $4.3 billion of new construction. On the July rolls that we picked up from TAD, our 2012 numbers are $1.4 billion. So we're still decreasing in the amount of new construction. However, we believe that that number is settling somewhat, and that we are slowly but surely in the next years we'll see that number increase. The average family home value, it's kind of interesting. That number there is actually an increase as it relates to past years. We're at 147,542 countywide, and here's how that impacts the tax bill for a homeowner with average value. You'll see that the increase in taxes just on the base would be a total of about 18 cents per year. So it's really stable. It seems like that value is starting to come up. And of course, 2009 was the year that the values were pretty strong. Talking with TAD, we believe that those numbers will continue to improve as we go into next year and the years beyond that. So today, as you go through the process, we are going to ask that you use the same procedures that we have used in the past, that at the conclusion of each individual departmental budget that we take a tentative vote, and if you vote yes, then we're going to include those numbers in the final budget. If you vote no on a particular item, then we will remove that from the budget process, and there will be no further consideration. And then if there are items that you would like more information on or want to carry over to before you make a decision, then we have a to be see or to be considered vote that we will ask you to do. As I said, this is something that you all have done in the past, and it appears that it has worked very well. And with that, I will ask the Auditor's Office to come up and talk a little bit about revenues.
We had sent out last week a packet that included a summary letter that pretty much highlighted the changes in the revenues. Last year, our crystal ball, we were very conservative with it when the economy was still off, and we wanted to make sure that we budgeted revenue something that we could achieve. We certainly achieved what we budgeted last year. We've exceeded that, and expenses were less. So cash carry forward is up as we move into this year. And as we move into 2013, we've taken the approach that we're leaving revenues pretty much flat to what we actually collected or believe we will collect in 2012. And so we can go through the slides, certainly. I can attempt to answer any questions that you have. But I'm not going to read it to you. Again, the fees of office and most of the other revenues are projected to be approximately what we believe we will end up with on September 30th this year. There are some items there that are different. The sales tax commission is a result of a continued shift by the legislation for which pieces go into which bucket, and eventually all of those commission collections will go into the general fund. Not really anything, oops, wrong one. And then you can see the big change in the cash carry forward. And that was what I was speaking about, and that we are going to wind up with quite a bit more cash than what we actually anticipated that we would for the reasons that I went over.
One of the things that we've talked about doing, and I hope we can do before we actually vote on our final budget, is to look at our cash carry forward numbers, talk about our reserves for our major accounts. That would be for our general fund account, road and bridge, for our debt service, then also for our insurance, both our health insurance, our workers' comp, our property and casualty, and those are the major reserves that we've got. We have a lot of special accounts that I think over a period of time we'll work with and see if we can also do some work on, but at least this year hopefully we can go down and look at least at our cash flow and get an idea of whether we're comfortable, whether we need to increase what we've got currently. And then also you've seen in the budget a discussion, or at least a mention of the fact of us taking some money and making a one-time or an annual, hopefully what will become an annual additional contribution toward our unfunded liability in the pension area. And I think we do that after we've had a chance to look at our budget, look at our salaries, look at what we're looking at in the current budget, and then address our cash reserves and what we feel like we need to do there. So I think that will help us as we kind of go forward. Hopefully we'll do that over the next month or so.
And I would just offer that I'll personally make an attempt to contact each one of you, to sit down with you, to talk about the cash reserves and any estimates or projections that we might have and make. And then certainly then y'all as a court will make that decision, but I felt that it was something that I would like to visit with each one of you about individually, if you have the time and interest to just go over any questions that you might have, so that we can decide what you believe is an adequate level of reserves in those various funds and how it impacts what you use to pay down the pension liability or use for other sources of expenses.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
First thing we've given you here is just traditionally what you see, and it's a breakdown of what we call functional areas of the budget. And we've tried to pull out or extract those things to make it comparable, such as the reserves and what we're calling this year is compensation allocation. There was a discussion last year on what we actually called it in the budget, so we tried to come up with something that was a little neutral. Because, as you'll see in a little while, we really aren't making any recommendations at this point in time on how we allocate this 3%. But anyway, looking at everything by function, by and large, you see an additional $6 million in general administration. That's going to primarily be the $5 million that, as a recommendation only, we've included in the budget for a one-time lump sum payment toward our pension liability. Everything else, by and large, remains fairly status quo. Debt service, again, this is only recommendation. Well, it's not even recommendation, it's discussion purposes on whether or not we need to sell additional debt to go toward the transportation program next year. That issue is still under conversation. At this point in time, we've allocated an additional $3 million, which means in reality that we have a total of about $5 million going into that fund, above and beyond what our current principal and interest payment is. In the event we decide not to move forward with that debt, and I want to make it clear that these are funds that we need to reserve in our tax rate because we will have to someday sell that debt, but it will give you additional resources to potentially increase that one-time or that lump sum payment toward our retirement liability. Any questions regarding this functional area? These are just some significant changes. There is an increase in capital between fiscal 12 and fiscal 13. That's primarily in two areas. It's either in the IT area, in some of our CUC collaborative projects, and/or in construction renovation. This year, we have two major projects in construction renovation. They are the demolition of the Civil Courts building and rebuilding the west elevation steps on the courthouse. And it is the last phase of funding for Northeast Sub-Courthouse. There are 4 reductions in force in the general fund. They are all vacant positions. There are 3 positions that remain authorized but unfunded, so they're labeled not to fill. And they are in the Constable Precinct 1's office, and do you ever just go totally blank? Purchasing has one. Where's the third one? Blank, blank, blank. It'll come to me in a second. But those are all based on the recommendations of the department. Oh, it's in transportation. There are 14 new positions, and we'll look at those in a little bit closer on the next slide. There is a retirement rate increase. And in the cover letter, it talks about that we usually take a methodology when we're looking at what we're going to fund toward our retirement rate. We get information from the retirement system. It's clearly up 0.84% from 0.85% from this current year. But it also gives us some options to look at in the event we want to address retirees, COLAs, or some sort of percentage of increase. We give you a mechanism so you can take that in consideration if you want to. But clearly the rate went up 0.85% just between the 2 years with nothing being done on our part regarding retirees. We did not make an election for fiscal 12 to give the retirees any type of increase whatsoever. And that's approximately $1.5 million that we're talking about. There's the $5 million lump sum payment. Right-of-way purchases are actually down. And they may continue like that for a couple of years. Professional services are up around $1.3 million. That's going to be primarily in our IT area. Fuel costs, we all know, is up. That's a number we stopped trying to chase a long time ago because no one's crystal ball works very well in that area, so we just watch those budgets as we go throughout the year. We have council fees increased significantly right now, $1.1 million. Of course, we start with council fee allocations in each of the court's budgets, and a small amount for each of the felony courts for capital murder. Usually we start those budgets out at $25,000. We've increased that to $50,000 this year, just because of the activity that we are seeing regarding capital murder trials. The majority of the council fees for capital murder are kept over in a holding area because we don't really know which courts can actually get that case that goes to trial. We are about to start our second capital murder trial the middle of August. In a couple of weeks, at least the voir dire starts, or if you're, it's only voir dire if you're in Texas, voir dire or any place else. We're about to start that. Our last couple of capital murder trial cost well over $700,000. So we basically have blown through our reserved or set aside counsel fees already. So that that particular trial, as it comes on board, will have to primarily come from undesignated funds to actually complete it. And it should finish by the end of this fiscal year. It may go over a tad, but it should basically finish. Voir dire takes usually about 4 to 6 weeks. As I stated, principal and interest is up, and overall the undesignated and reserves sees a change of about $3.2 million.
So Debbie, that $3 million that you've got, principal and interest, explain that. Is that over what we spent last year? Or?
This year.
So that's what we didn't spend this year?
Correct.
Okay, and then so, and if we don't sell any debt next year, that number goes to?
It'll actually be a change of close to $5 million because we would have dropped about 1.8 off of our principal and interest payments for fiscal 13 anyway.
Okay.
So it'll be approximately 5. The next page, looks at the new positions. And I know the other slide said we had 14 positions, didn't it?
Yep.
One of those is in public health, and of course, we focus this information primarily on general fund and road and bridge fund.
On public health, and I know that comes back to us from JPS.
Correct.
Can you recall, or maybe somebody up here on the bench can recall, when we transferred public health over to JPS, we transferred a tax rate with that. Was it a penny? Was it a full penny, or was it
I
something?
can address that.
Yeah, I think-
Okay.
When we made that decision, that was the time that JPS was sitting on a substantial amount of cash. And it was an intent of the court actually to decrease the tax rate for the hospital district by about a penny. And after discussion with the court, what we did, we decided that rather than decrease that penny, we would keep that penny there for two reasons, and move public health over there for the funding. Two reasons. First of all, it more aligned the funding of health-related issues with the hospital district's budget. Just as important and probably more important, we did that in order to increase the amount of money that we had as an unfunded amount so that we could apply that to the tobacco settlement. And you might recall that the way we draw down tobacco settlement funds is how much money that we have to put into the system over the other revenue that they generate, non-tax revenue. And that number then is our pro rata share of the distribution of the tobacco settlement. So when we look at that, and some of you might remember that because you were on court when we did that, that it was a conscientious decision made by the court not to decrease the tax rate, but to maintain the tax rate and dedicate a penny of that to public health-related activities.
And the hospital understood that.
Yes, I mean, Dave Cicero was up here, we talked about it. You might remember they had close to, gosh, Judge, you and I talked about it a little bit, on almost $250 million of excess cash. And that's how we handled that situation.
Okay, what year, you remember what year that was? Do you recall?
Early 2000.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been in SAP. That's my benchmark for everything since 2003, and it's been in the hands of JPS since then. So I'm going to say it's in early 2000. I can go back later and look a little
You
deeper.
would. I appreciate
Yeah.
that, Mr. Nestor.
And
I think they chose, I think we told them, as I recall, we said, don't, here's your thing, we're giving you that penny. They chose to decrease their tax rate that year anyway in addition to that, but
we'll need to
Well,
check on that, because that doesn't,
Doesn't
we
ring a
just
bell.
need to check on that.
it was about a penny. And what is a penny raised today?
$12.5 million.
So in effect, we're still with that, if it was a penny, whatever, then there's still enough
Margin.
covering the revenue, because I think we're asking $9 million from them this year.
Yeah, and that's
9
very,
million,
very
7.
outside is $9 million.
Okay.
We did make a presentation to their board on Saturday. We spent about an hour with the board talking about public health. I was part of that presentation, quite frankly. I thought and your PAs were there. I thought the presentation went well. I thought the discussion went well. It was very, very positive. They've asked us to look at a couple of things, and what they've asked us to do is to look at how we can collaborate on similar tasks, which we said we were more than happy to do that. Plus, they wanted us to explore a little bit more 1115 waiver issue, because I believe there's a certain amount of money that's carved out in that larger pie that deals with public health-related activities. But it was a good conversation.
Good. Thank you.
New positions. They're listed here. We kind of broke them into 3 categories for you. Some are a unique, different category. We're looking at audit findings and internal controls. The audit findings on the first one actually came from sources other than us. And basically we were told if we wanted to continue to have access to national databases that we had to do verification of all of our warrant entry information. I did go over there and spend probably an hour, hour and a half with that group. It was very interesting, and they wore me out just watching them. Medical examiner, a quality control issue. The district clerk, that's in response to an internal audit by ourselves, being the auditor's office. Then we broke it up into workload measures, and then the last category is regarding the sheriff's department. They had a request to eliminate temporary funding for bailiff security positions, and this is simply a neutral impact right here, funded 4 positions, when you took into consideration all the additional costs being retirement and health insurance. Uses of cash. Now, granted, we could have sliced and diced a couple of these items a little bit differently, but from our perspective, the approach we always take on a use of cash is that we look at the reserves and a minimum of $5 million as a starting point in undesignated. Now, undesignated right now has more than $5 million, but that static $5 million, in our viewpoint, is always part of cash. Our capital, any of the approved capital, and then that left of the $5 million is recommended for the lump sum payment for the retirement system, $3 million of that coming from beginning cash balances. The rest of it is coming from our operating sources. Make sense? Confused?
Now that, and in effect, that $5 million that you're talking about down there would not be offset. There could be another $5 million if we look at what the debt service.
Correct. Absolutely.
This is basically coming out of last year's cash and cash carry forward.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, and I want to be clear also, this is the method we took. At the last minute last year, we did decide not to sell debt for transportation purposes for 2012. That gave us an excess of $3 million worth of tax rate that shifted over into the general fund. It was originally placed in undesignated. There was no movement for the use of that during the year. We moved that $3 million that was a result of a 2012 action into reserves.
So in effect, what's happened is the $3 million that we didn't spend on debt
Right.
service, we kept in reserves. It's still in the reserves.
Still
So
there.
That's all a part of this discussion.
Correct.
With regards to our reserves.
Where should we
and our cash
be?
carry forward. So again, and that's the reason why I hope that we can get this done prior to us actually approving the budget, is that we can look at the reserve, we can see after we've set what we feel like are good reserve numbers, what we've got left is then what we can use, and to decide what we want to do. I mean, whether we can, put it against the unfunded pension liability or whatever from that standpoint. But I think we've had kind of a look at the reserve of around $31 million for many years, and I think that that's something we need to kind of step back and look and see if we still think that's appropriate.
How many days of cash does 31 million
buy
represent?
us?
I'm sorry?
It's about 8% of our general fund balance, or our general fund.
And
So I
then-
think we're going to look at it I think that's certainly one way that we'll need to look at it. I think the other thing that we need to anticipate, and I've started, I've at least had some preliminary conversations with Renee and with the auditor office, and I think that's what they're wanting to come by and talk with court members about. But we know that from October to about the middle of November, there isn't any tax
Cash.
collections going on. Nobody's paying. Nobody's coming forward. Not very many people are coming forward on October 1st to pay their taxes.
No.
But we start getting the split payments by the end of November.
Correct.
And so what we're looking for is, what does our cash flow do? We know that we're probably spending somewhere in the neighborhood of $16 million every 2 weeks around this place. So we can look at the other fees that are being collected, and then look at, and Ron, I know, has got for historical for the last 3 or 4 years, kind of what we've collected and what we've spent. And that will help us arrive at whether or not we feel like the 31 or whatever that number may be from a cash reserve standpoint.
How close do we get on spending each year in that time period?
You mean how close do we get to not having cash left?
Yes.
We got plenty of cash. We don't get, it could be around 20 to 26. I mean, that's where the 31, I think it's somewhere around 20 million that we spend 20 million more than what we actually take in.
So we have 11 or so million extra.
That would be, that right now, if we were to maintain a $31 million reserve, I think it's going to come, and that's what Renee will come around and talk to us about after they really put the numbers to it. But I think that we probably get at a low point of maybe 20, 21 million. And like we said, thus far, I think we've been kind of targeting 31, and that's, you see the 5 million and then that 26 million in reserve, that pretty well, that's part of that 31.
You know, and just to put things in perspective, back in the late 80s, reserves and undesignated might have been a couple of $1 million. Couple of million.
It's kind of important to me in the discussion of how much cash to maintain, that we maintain enough cash not to jeopardize our AAA bond
Correct.
rating.
That's very
I don't know what that number is, but that's an important consideration as far as I'm concerned.
Some other things that they'll talk to us about as they come around is, you'll remember, we are, especially over the first couple of months of the year, we get a lot of requests from public health and from some of the other departments, that Ryan-wide and some of these, they haven't paid yet. We got, we're
Float 'em.
fronting them about 60 days.
Float them.
And so we want to be sure that, and again, in just some preliminary discussions with Renee and the audit department, they highlighted, don't forget about these things. So those are the kind of things that I want them, I've asked them to kind of address with everybody, so that we've got a good sense of where we're going forward, because we don't want to get anywhere near having, it being a close call on that.
Well, you know, and that is really true with our grants overall. The majority of our grants are reimbursement of grants. So we are fronting that money to a very large extent, and actually that's a schedule that's in the monthly financials. There's a lot of money that's being fronted on a regular basis for grants, waiting for that reimbursement to come back in. Employee compensation, right now we have an allocation in the budget that's equal to 3%. Those numbers that you see there are simply what the dollar amounts represent. That does include FICA and retirement, as well as the straight 3%. At this point in time, there's no recommendations on how that'll be awarded. We'll have presentations from HR to Commissioners Court at a later date regarding that. Looking at your maintenance and operation tax rate as we stand right now, Mr. Mania said something a little bit earlier, and I think this is what you said, that we used July 25th certified tax roll to prepare our budget. Actually, we do also take consideration the September 1st supplemental. We'll come back with information about that before we actually approve our budget. We do use the July 25th certified tax roll to prepare our effective tax rate. All entities are basing that calculation on their July 25th certified values. So here you have what we're proposing right now in the budget. That would be our tax rate breakdown. You can see that there's no change. And you can also see, again, what the value of those, a penny and a percentage is. And as far as the rollback tax rate, right now we do have an estimated additional sale of debt. So we've got an additional principal and interest payment built into that. So in the event we don't do that, that rollback rate will change.
So if we choose not to issue any additional debt,
Correct.
then I see the current column, that debt service number would actually go down a little bit.
And move to the M&O.
Okay, now, I'm looking down at your effective tax rate.
Uh-huh.
Our tax rate year was 2652.
No.
I mean, excuse me, that's the effective
264.
tax rate.
Right.
It was, okay, isn't the effective tax rate supposed to be what it takes to raise the same amount of revenue as
With,
the prior year?
correct, but it also gives you the benefit of new construction. So it actually gives you a calculation that gives you more than what you gained last year.
Then I guess what I'm having a hard time understanding is if we've got new construction, if our appraised values went up a little bit, why would our effective tax rate not be lower than the 2640?
And you know, I wish I could stand here and give you an excellent answer for that. It's a very complicated calculation of which the tax office actually prepares that for us each year. They base it off of information that they get from the appraisal district, as well as some basic information from us, such as how much are our TIFs and what our principal and interest payments are destined to be. Let's see, there's one more thing we provide them. What our TIF payments are projected to be for 2013 and what we actually paid in 2012. So those are additional things that we provide that's taken into consideration. The rest of it is information that comes from the appraisal district.
That was a good way of not answering.
I don't have an answer.
One of the things that you have to consider also is that while new construction is not considered as part in this current year, numbers that are generated to create the effective tax rate then take in last year's new construction. And so that ups that number. That's what
It does.
And I understand, okay, I guess I just, if you could spend a little bit of time trying to figure
And,
out
you know,
the major components and make that happen.
Yes.
It just, in my mind, it don't make sense if our appraised values are going up, our new construction has not significantly changed from this year. Something is causing that number to go higher as opposed to be lower.
We, because of the rest of nature that we were in this year, we got that information to the tax, got our effective tax rate information, I guess, on Wednesday. Jay, was that right? Wednesday? So Jay and I briefly looked at it and talked a little bit, but we haven't gotten in depth on it. So that's a project for this week.
Okay, just, yeah, if you wouldn't
Yeah.
mind, just,
No, but, and you know, the only comment I can throw out is that when I was going 28 cents for a rollback rate, really? And Jeff in the tax office said, you know, most of the calculations have been coming out that way. So, of course, I don't see anybody's but ours. Continued. Oops. Just a quick look, looking at all the department's requests, there was approximately $5 million worth of adjustments made to department's budgets. About half of that was a result of new position requests that weren't recommended. By and large, the operating budget, which is again the general fund, the debt service fund, and road and bridge fund, come to $491 million. There's $24.4 million worth of proposed capital in the budget. At this point in time, those are raw numbers. We will, again, this month, start looking at all the capital projects that are in the mill right now to see if there's any savings. So by and large, we might be able to reduce that somewhat. Most of those things, of course, are going to be construction projects that are more than 1 year and or IT projects that are more than 1 year. So there may not be a significant amount to deal with there. In talking about reserves, we do like to keep at least $1 to $2 million of a undesignated or available for emergencies in the capital projects fund. And just for instance, we had a situation come up this year where we ended up transferring over $1 million out of undesignated in the capital projects fund so that we could really save about $250,000 to $300,000 on a radio project that we were going to have to do anyway. We just didn't plan on doing it this year. So had we not had those funds available, we would have to come up with a plan B or not recognize those savings. September 11th is the day that we're scheduled to actually approve the budget, adopt the tax rate, and set the compensation for elected officials for certain elected officials, because not all elected officials are in that advertisement. And that kind of leads to the question of, yes, you've been approached recently by JPs regarding their salary. That has not been taken into consideration in the budget at this point in time, because we've received no firm information from the court of where you're focusing or what you actually want to proceed with. So obviously, that's an adjustment that we can take into consideration anytime between now and September 11th, in the event we move forward with that.
In the 3% number that you used for allocation purposes or for compensation purposes, one of the things that I've at least considered or thought about, and I think I've mentioned it before possibly, is we cannot increase our district judges' pay. They're limited based, they've got a ceiling based upon the appeals
Hierarchy.
and the folks above them, but we can our county court judges. Did you include in the 3% for the county court judges?
Yes, we did. Now, I want to be clear on what Judge Whitley just said. We can give our district court judges a raise. It's just the state of Texas will lower their end of the pay. So their outcome is neutral. So that's kind of an illogical move on our part. But we can give them more money. It's just that they'll end up with the same amount because the state will cut their pay. But yes, we did take that consideration. Now, once we get to the point of knowing what we're going to do, there are other adjustments that we'll have to make in the budget that are related to compensation. For instance, we have visiting judge days all over the place for JPs and for county court judges. Those are based on their current salaries. So whatever we end up doing, we'll have to additional allocation for those. We have not addressed the medical examiner contract. Normally, whatever the allocation is for the employees in general, we increase his entire contract by that amount. So we'll have to take that in consideration also. Those are things that we'll do at that very last wave. We need to decide, as part of the compensation package, if there's a cutoff date for a new hire, on whether they'll be considered for some sort of increase next year or not. Of course, that will ultimately depend on what methodology we take also. I think we kind of waived that last year, so even the newest and new employees ended up with an additional 3% when they will.
I thought we gave it as a certain, I thought you had to be here as a.
I think we, do you remember, Robin? I think we pretty much, if you were here by the end of the fiscal year, you got it.
By the end, okay, that may have been it. Because remember we gave it, didn't we give it in two?
We gave it in two ways. We did a lump sum, and then we had a permanent increase in January. And in the past, our cutoff date for an employee to be eligible has been July. It's been as late as August 1st. But a couple of years ago, we changed it to July. But this year, it was up until the end of fiscal year. So right now, Kim, do you remember if we changed that date one way or the other? Is it everybody? I don't recall. We have to look at it. So anyway, there we are. Any questions?
Thank you. Appreciate all your work.
Okay, Your Honor, we can now go and ask, start the,
Sure, absolutely. Of course, you might see there that we're leading off with some numbers. Normally, you don't see anything in the adjustments here, but this year we do. There are a couple of things that we have been in discussion with departments about regarding their recommended budgets. Some things were just didn't have answers to them by the time we had to go forward and release the information. So as we come to these, we'll point them out primarily there, and there's one in the medical examiner's office, and the balance of them are primarily in IT. There's actually two in Road and Bridge. That's actually the two commissioners who are up for election this year. We actually put additional money out there for their public official bonds and their ex officio road commissioner bonds. So
Now we can start.
Members of the court, our first department is the Sheriff's Department.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Sheriff.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. We've worked through another budget process, and our challenges continue to be in areas of increasing demands on our personnel. I have 3 areas I'd like the court to consider. I will go from least to worst as far as what we're looking at. We slipped further behind in several key areas personnel-wise. The first one is in our records department. We have seen a dramatic increase in demand on our records department from the public, the media, but now mostly the courts. It has increased. Many of our subpoenas that come from trials are coming, and many of them now have one of my favorite legal words stamped on the subpoena when we get it. It's called instanter, which apparently in legal jargon means right now. And they'll ask for 1,000 pages of documents instanter, which means hurry up. And it's very trying for our people when faced with such daunting challenges. Debbie mentioned the capital murder trials. Capital murder trials are a huge burner of our records people's time. They traditionally, in a capital murder trial, ask for thousands of pages of documents from the Sheriff's Department. Some things border on ridiculous that the defense attorneys will ask for, such as everyone who's been near the person in the jail's entire personnel file. I mean, it's just some of it is almost ridiculous stuff that we have to produce. Dr. Metcalf did a workload analysis study on the records division, and it looked like that we needed somewhere between 2 and 3 additional clerks to keep up with the increasing growing demand. We asked for 1 in the budget, one clerk, and it was denied. Our staff is currently now, some of them working 60 and 70-hour weeks to keep up. Excuse me. And our worst fear right now is one of our employees is going to feel the wrath of one of the courts when that instanter isn't met, and I don't want to have to get one of my own employees out of my own jail, so we're fighting that on a daily basis. The next 2 areas concern are of a more grave nature, because at least the records is a clerical function, but the next directly affect public safety, not only for our employees, obviously, but for the rest of the county and the citizens as well.
Excuse me, Sheriff, let me ask a question. You said your records people are working 60 to 70-hour weeks. That's impacting your overtime budget, I would assume.
The person who works the most hours in there doesn't make overtime. The person who works 60 and 70 hours every week doesn't make overtime and will not go home until the job is done.
I got it.
Yep. The 2 areas of public safety have both seen incredible growth as well. First is the patrol division. We continue to see increase in demand on the patrol division. We looked at some numbers that were very interesting. In 2000, when I was elected sheriff, since then, Tarrant County has seen unprecedented growth in an unincorporated area. If you look at the numbers, we now serve almost 50% more population than we did in 2000, while the actual area of unincorporated Tarrant County actually shrunk a little bit. If you remember, Fort Worth did some annexation back in those days. Now our density has increased dramatically, as those of you who live out there see and know that a 20-acre, what used to be a 1-resident ranch, now has 20 home lots built on it. So we're serving almost 50% more population than we did in 2000. Our patrol division staffing has grown at about 10% over that period of time. So you can see the disparity. Our response times are getting slower to our calls. Our distances traveled on calls are farther, and on the average call, our deputies take longer to get there, and they go further to get there because of the demand. One of the most serious issues is that when we look at our call load, calls in the past that were dangerous calls that were being answered by 2 deputies on a routine basis are now sometimes having to be answered by 1 deputy. if you've ever been on a call by yourself where you're trying to handle two sides of a domestic disturbance, it's very, very difficult and dangerous to do. I invite, as I do every year, any or all of you to come out and spend the night with our guys on patrol. I assure you, your life will change. You will never look at patrol work the same as you do when you go out and actually see what those guys go through on a nightly basis. You have a great appreciation. I looked at the numbers. I thought I saw one bright spot. I saw that we were actually handling calls quicker than we ever had in the past. I thought we were working faster, more efficiently. And one of my patrol commanders told me that we didn't work any faster. It still takes the same amount of time to work a call, but that our deputies are clearing calls faster because they know other calls are holding. They're having to clear one call to get to another call, so it looks like they're times, but they're still having to spend the same amount of time catching up and doing those calls. You know, from personal experience, and I hope none of you have ever had to do this, but I can tell you that the longest period of time you ever spend is from the time you dial 911 until help arrives. And that's the worst feeling you have, is while you're waiting on people to get there. And as our times increase, I think the citizens are seeing more and more time needed from the time they dial 911 until a deputy shows up. Again, we asked for additional 5 patrol deputies this year, and none were recommended for funding. I fear if we continue down this path with patrol, we're going to end up in the same position we're in with courts and security, which is my next discussion. I'm afraid we will get so far behind that we will never catch up. And once we end up with needing a huge number of people, then it becomes, it's a huge number to make it catch up. So
You asked for how many?
5, Commissioner.
5?
Yes, sir.
And none were opposed?
Correct.
On record clerks?
We asked for 1.
And none were proposed?
No, sir. And that brings me to the powder keg that continues to brew at the courthouses each and every year. We slip further and further behind, but I do feel like this year that we've reached a breaking point on this. The judges are tremendously frustrated. My employees are frustrated dealing with the judges daily that are angry at us. Our employees can't get time off for vacations, and it's very, very difficult. This year we asked for a total of 14 new positions, and we believe that is the fair and honest analysis of what we need. 14. We turned our part-time positions into full-time positions. We had 13 part-time positions working. We've turned those into 4 full-time positions. So we have, you know, you can see there's not an advantage gained there. We are continuing to just not function at a level that is safe or appropriate for what we're doing. The judges continue to work fast and furious to try to keep the jail population down. Many run dual courtrooms with visiting judges in one courtroom, themselves in another courtroom. We have no staffing plan to address that when a visiting judge comes in. About 20% of our workforce in courts and security is gone on any certain day. It's a very senior group of people. They have a lot of FML, they have a lot of leave time, they have a lot of sickness. And with the very thin margin we have of post to staff versus staffing, it's just a day that we never make it with all that. Added to that is many of the judges now have their own bailiffs. They have a bailiff that works for the judge that doesn't work for me. Many of the judges give those bailiffs time off whenever the bailiff desires to be off without any consideration to scheduling. And then they ask us to fill in for that bailiff. We recently just got a letter from one of the judges' bailiffs who wanted to give us plenty of time to know of the 5 weeks that he was going to take off the next fiscal year, the 5 weeks he was going to be gone, for us to give plenty of time to make sure we had a fill-in for him for 5 weeks that he could take off. When my bailiffs, many of them who get 5 weeks of vacation a year, are struggling to get 2 weeks off of vacation every year. I've started getting court orders from judges telling me when and where to have bailiffs at different places. The last several months, out of desperation, we've regularly been pulling 3 to 5 people from our warrant unit to go work in the courts. And, you know, that's about 25% of my warrant unit in the day that is now not out on the street getting bad guys off the street. That's unacceptable. I've told them that this is a Band-Aid that we're going to stop. But we are to that point where we were in such desperation that we've actually had to pull people from other assignments to work it. To think if we get no new staff this year, that another 12 months will go by. I really fear tremendously what's going to happen before we could add any staff 12 months from now. And next year, the demand is just going to be worse. We continue to just get further and further behind. Our only alternative, and something that we've looked at and we're going to have to start, and our only alternative that I see, and we've looked at this from every angle, is we're just going to have to start working straight overtime from people from other divisions. We're going to have midnight patrol deputies come in and work straight overtime during the days. And basically, you're going to be paying for 12 hours of work for an 8-hour day for those people. And I don't see any other way to meet the staffing needs that we have. It's going to be very expensive if we do that. We fought it, and we tried not to do that. So I ask you to consider whatever you can do. Judge Sharon Wilson has graciously volunteered to come over today. If you want to hear from the judge's perspective, I know you probably get tired of me standing up here and saying the same thing year after year, but this is truly a year that we've reached, I feel, a breaking point. And Judge Wilson would be happy to talk to you from the judge's perspective.
Sheriff, let me ask you just before Judge Wilson comes. 14 is probably going to push us well beyond our breaking point.
I understand.
What's your bottom line?
You know, it's kind of like buying a car, Commissioner. I hate to mention price first, because he who mentions price loses. But you know, whatever you could do, whatever you could do. I mean, there needs to be significant relief. And I know 14 is not a workable number, but I want to give you an honest estimate of what it would take. You know, we start every day. This just is the best number I can give you. We start every day trying to staff 130 posts. That's our full-time fixed posts, is 130. Now that doesn't, in the court, that doesn't count any request beyond the normal day, 130. And when we get to 4, when we trade our 13 for 4, we're going to have 150 full-time employees. So I mean, do the math. If you've got today is one of our lightest days off. I checked today because we have 19 people off today. This is one of the lightest days we have. We average somewhere between 25 and 30 off every day.
Now, that 130 posts, does that include courts, bailiffs, or is that just the ones you count?
No, that is our post that we have to staff. That doesn't include the judges' bailiffs.
And how many bailiffs does the judges have?
Uh-oh. Judges, bailiffs themselves. There's not a lot.
Just out of curiosity, Debbie, why are you recommending 0 when he's pleading his case that he needs 14 and it sounds like he needs some help? Why did we have recommended none?
Well, actually, we were recommending 4, and keep in mind, part of the problem, 4. But that comes from their temporary funding. Granted, we know that that's an offset. But like we do with many people, many departments, we ask them to reassess their own resources and allocate them wherever they see they need them the most. Now, obviously, the Sheriff's Department is a very large group of people. They have, 1,300, 1,250 people, employees.
And, you know, our stance has always been that we've never worked people out of position. You know, I know when I got here, dozens of people were working in jobs that they weren't assigned to do. And I think that's a bad practice and a bad habit to get into. And if we had people sitting around in a room somewhere, I think there's this belief among the public that, you know, we just have, I know it's a belief among the judges, because I had a judge call me one day who let her bailiff off and needed a bailiff for a trial. And she said, you can't tell me that you don't, out of 150 people, have one bailiff you can find to send to my court. I said, I'm telling you, I don't have one bailiff. They are all busy and assigned. And let me just kind of give you, and Sharon can speak to this as well. What happens is that judge goes ahead and lets that bailiff, her bailiff off. That leaves us with one bailiff, my bailiff, in that courtroom. Well, then she's going to run a docket with 30 prisoners that are going to come in there at one time. So now I've got 30 prisoners in a court with one bailiff. So I can't have that. I mean, I'm going to get somebody hurt. So then what happens, the supervisor has to go up and sit in that courtroom. So now we're paying supervisor pay. The supervisor is not supervising because judges are going to do what they're going to do. and we're at the mercy. It's just a tremendously trying daily grind. I mean, I run through supervisors on a regular basis. It burns them up. The people that work over there are just feel like they're in a combat zone, and it's just very, very difficult on a daily basis to manage it. And we do everything we can. We've looked at every angle of where we could shift and move, and short of, literally shutting down some very needed, I think, places and positions. I don't know what else to do other than start working overtime.
And a couple of other things we've talked about, and granted, the conversations haven't been lengthy, but right now, all of the security deputies that are on the door are grade 53s. We've talked about maybe looking at one of those positions and making them a different or a lower grade. Like we had grade 53s that are on duty relatively close, because there's multiple stations in some buildings on the same floor. And of course, their problem really is the fact that they have long-term employees in there and they've got multiple days off. Every time you add people to that mix, there's just more days off that you have to allocate and come up with more resources for. So it's kind of a never-ending cycle, too.
We let 10 people off a day. That's my line. I draw the line. If 10 people are off, you're number 11, you got your family vacation plan. Sorry, Judge, you don't get to get off. We don't add days off for people based on seniority. We started the first year with a calendar. You put in for your first week, we go. You put in for your second week. When we get to 10, that day's shut off. So, we don't allow days where we've got 15, 20, 30 people on vacation. We just don't do it.
Judge, how many bailiffs are judges' bailiffs?
We're struggling with that number a little bit. We think less than 10 around. I don't know for sure.
I guess I'm wondering why do we have eight? Why aren't they all under your direction?
The law provides for the judges, if they want to hire their own bailiffs. Yeah.
And actually, I think we supported a bill last year that allowed the county criminal courts.
You allowed it to expand last year in the bill y'all supported.
Now, there are many judges who have the authority to appoint their own bailiff that have given that responsibility back over to the sheriff's department.
And we welcome that. It makes life much easier when we're not dealing with judges, bailiffs. But that's it's just it's a part of our life that is the law, and we can't get away from it.
But once that last bill went into effect for county criminal court, there were two that immediately transferred a position from the sheriff's department to create their own judges bailiff.
Somebody remind me why we supported that last year?
I asked the same question.
So we actually passed a resolution supporting that?
I believe we did, sir. Dean,
We'll
can
try
I
to
ask you,
remember that next year.
Dean, may I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
The bailiffs, the security bailiffs that are at the doors, are they part of that 130-plus public
Yes.
that you're talking about?
Yes, sir. They are.
Can they, once the rush goes past in the morning, do they go out then and help with the other courts, or how does
The doors stay open. Most of the doors stay open throughout the day of the building. What we've done is, recommended, and what we try to do is work 3 during the rush hours, and we pull back to 2 when the rush is over. 2 is really a safety issue. I don't like seeing 2, and I've ordered them not to go to 1. I've walked in and found doors with 1 guard at the door. To me, that's just completely unsafe, so I've ordered no less than 2. But we routinely work with 2, which is not totally safe, but I can live with that. But we routinely move from 3 to 2. But during busy times, you really need 3 people, because you got 1 guy looking at the X-ray machine, you got somebody needing to get the stuff, get it in the X-ray machine, get it out of the X-ray machine, and then a person to man the metal detector as they walk through. If you're not paying strict attention to all 3 of those duties, something can easily go wrong. Would you like to hear from Judge Wilson? I know she came all the way over here. And I'm available for any questions about the budget.
Okay, let me start with, I don't have a judge's bailiff, and I've never sent an order over for a deputy, but in 2004, we had jail crowding. Let me call your attention back to that, and the judges did their case management system, and pretty much single-handedly, as a group of the criminal district judges, decrease the jail population to what it is typically now at about 78%. So our ability to move cases has a direct impact on the population of the jail and how much it costs you all to house prisoners in the jail. And the district judges, you remember we're online, criminal district, the judicial dashboard is online. You can look every single day and see how many cases we have pending and what we're doing for a work product. The judges, the district judges, who account for over 50% of the people in custody, currently 2 judges per day have a docket, and on docket days we try to move as many cases as we can. We typically set 60 to 70 cases in the morning, and in our court our goal is to dispose of 30 to 40% of those. We can't dispose of a case without a prisoner being present or a defendant on bond, and so we have to have enough bailiffs to put them in the holding cell, which, thank you for the seats, now hold about 25 or 30 people, but that number has to continually move through the day. As we dispose of a case, we move them back to the jail. When we have co-defendants, and co-defendants are set in the same court, those co-defendants have to be moved to 2 separate cells, not in the same holding cell. So you've got to have bailiffs that put them like in mag court or some other court and bring them up just when their case is set. Every person who is violent in jail is accompanied by 2 bailiffs for security issues. Everyone who has a mental illness or is red suit or something like that is accompanied by 2 bailiffs. This is a tremendous number of people required to run a docket. And as you all know, we dispose of by pleas or dismissals or something other than trial about 97% of all the felony cases that are filed, which is typical for Tarrant County, it's typical for the state of Texas, and amazingly it's nationwide. It's about 27% of all cases, 97% of all cases are pled in some way, disposed of other than a jury trial. And that's what we need the bailiffs for. I can't begin to tell you how many bailiffs it takes. I mean, it's just, you know, on our docket day, I have to have 3 bailiffs. I have to have 3 bailiffs. If I have a defendant in custody who's on trial, and he's violent or particular security problem, then I have to have an extra bailiff for the trial of the case. You know, we have some concern about changing bailiffs out in the middle of a trial because they don't know how the trial's been going and how we're dealing with this defendant. It's better for a trial situation, which albeit it's just 1 a week per court, it's better for a trial situation for a defendant to have having a relationship with the 1 bailiff that sits by him, if that makes sense, because sometimes they can handle them better. The bailiff has been paying attention to them and knows when they're acting odd or, you know, if we need to be worried about something, and the defendant seems to be more comfortable if he has the same person every time. So I'm just here as one of the criminal trial courts, which, you know, I always say we're disposition courts, one of the criminal district courts, and asking you all to consider the request of the sheriff for additional bailiffs. And can everybody work more efficiently? Let me just say, over the last few years, the sheriff has really, I've noticed, in my opinion, tried to decrease the number of people that, you know, are sitting around not doing anything. Obviously, at some point during the day, you're going to have a break, right? We're going to have docket, and then we might have, you know, trial for the rest of the afternoon, so you can let 1 bailiff go. But it is a lot of bailiffs, and I've just been talking about the 10 criminal district courts. Then you've got the rest of the 50-something district courts and all the county courts. You know, it is a huge operation, and I understand what is being proposed, that, well, if you've got 1,200 employees, 12,000 employees, 1,200, sorry, I don't know, 1,200 employees, you ought to be able to move somebody from the field to come in and do courts. It doesn't work like that. Courts are kind of a peculiar, you know, any more than you could take somebody from sitting on a prisoner in court and send them out to answer calls. You know, it's really a separate level of training. So my request is that you consider his request for additional bailiffs for the courts.
When you talk about the fact that there's 2 courts a day that are running dockets,
Districts.
district courts that
Yes.
run the dockets, and you're saying you need 3, so that would be 6. I guess it goes back to especially to the 10 or however many that have their own bailiffs. Why does every court need a bailiff if they're not running a docket during the day? And why can't I mean, I think what's happening is a lot of the courts, they keep their doors open, and that bailiff is kind of the gatekeeper to get people back in the secured area. However, it would seem, okay, okay.
No, I'm just thinking, go ahead.
So I guess the question is, why not have a central place that if you're going to go to the back area, you come through, as opposed to having, 10 different, or all the doors open to all the courts.
We
all the
both
time?
want to say this real fast. You know what? The Tarrant County did a study of our building years ago, long before you decided to build a civil building. And the idea was that our building is not built in an appropriate or secure manner. So as long as the building is the way it is, it's going to require more people to make it secure. That's what I think.
Judge, you remember 2 or 3 years ago, we went to the trouble of putting phones at each end of each hallway. And a sign on the door said, if this door is closed, call this number and you'll have access to the court. The judges still, to this day, will not honor that. The judge will have a bailiff sitting in an entire...
Some judges.
I'm sorry. I keep lumping them all. Some of the judges will have a bailiff sitting in an empty courtroom with the lights on and the doors open so that there is business able to be transacted when an attorney wants to come in or someone wants to come in and talk. There's someone there other than court personnel. Bailiffs, some judges use bailiffs for all kinds of assignments which don't necessarily have to do with security, and I'm trying to be polite. They use them in other ways, and we try to tell them you're there for security of the courtroom. They have clerical personnel, court coordinators to do the rest of it. But remember, and I've said for years, the hardest job in the sheriff's department is to work as a bailiff, because you're literally trying to answer two masters. I'm telling you, get out of that courtroom when you're not needed, come down here and let us reassign you, and that judge is saying, sit here and answer the phone. Sit here and greet people who come into the courtroom, even though I may not be here the rest of the day.
Let me tell you the whole thing, because we lock the door, and we got the sign on the door that says, call us if you want to talk to us, and if we're not in trial, if I finish my docket and we're not in trial, we just lock the door. And I send everybody back to the sheriff, go do whatever you need to do. The problem is, we keep hearing from attorneys that your door was locked, so I figured you weren't there. Well, I guarantee you I'm here. I'm here, just call. And so, part of the courts just leave the door open so they don't have to deal with the whole, well, you're not there mentality. There are some judges, and I've heard this said, who say it's a public courtroom and I'm not locking the door between 8 and 5. And I actually think that may be a legitimate view from an elected official. So I don't necessarily think that's trying to mess with the sheriff. I think that might be a legitimate view of an elected official. It's not my view. I lock mine. But I certainly think that that's a valid viewpoint.
I just want to know how that attorney, I bet that attorney only calls one time and says the door was locked and I thought you were gone.
No.
Judge Wilson?
And that one may not have gone over real well, because you probably, I can just hear this, can't you read the note that's on the door?
Can't read the note on the door. But anyway.
I guess that is the issue, and I understand the need, but again, if some of the judges would work a little bit better with the sheriff in those deals.
And Judge, many of them do. Don't get me wrong.
I understand.
Many of them do. I don't want to paint this broad brush.
I want to bring down the wrath of the ones that may not be, or the ones that are. And I think, again, it's just a matter, and it goes right back to what you said. In 2004, all of the judges worked together and have really, along with a lot of other folks, the sheriff's department, the DA's office, a whole bunch of folks worked together, and y'all have been very successful. In fact, as you well know, I talk about it wherever I go, about the way y'all have worked to keep our jail population down and at the same time doing a good job. I would just maybe see if we can't work with the judges to help in this regard and bring the number of bailiffs that we need.
We have beat our head against that wall, Judge, over and over. I mean, our supervisors do nothing else. They go from courtroom to courtroom, judge to judge. And Judge Wilson will tell you how often she sees my lieutenant or my sergeant. We're up there trying to work with that. And I mean, we've squeezed every drop of juice out of that there is.
Can we put this on the to be considered and maybe have some conversations and see if we can get some of the judges to change their ways?
Can I just suggest that the judges have worked together. We're the ones that have done our docket management system. We've done everything we can to try to keep the jail population low. I'm standing here to explain to you that we're individuals. We have judicial discretion by law and by Constitution, and we're doing everything we can to work with each other. We're actually, and the sheriff's telling you, we're actually at a point where we need more employees. He's talked to us, he's cajoled us, we've sat in meetings and discussed how we can make it work better, and we're at the point where we really need personnel. Or we need a new building, pick one, but I figure right now we just need personnel. Or we need our building redone, so we've got 6 courts of floor instead of 8, and we can actually do security. But right now, we need people. And yes, we can, we can have more meetings with the judges, except that it's budget time. And I'm here to suggest to you that the judges have met, the judges do work together, and we're at the point where we need help. I don't come over here asking for people
Judge Wilson?
lightly.
Judge Wilson, how many bailiffs does a criminal district court have?
What was the question?
How many bailiffs does each criminal district court have? How many do you have?
I have one research assistant, which is not a bailiff anymore because my bailiff money went to the sheriff.
No.
It's a,
I'm sorry, but that is one of your bailiffs. That's
so
one of
he's
your
listed
three.
as a bailiff.
One of
He
your
doesn't
three
do
bailiffs.
security.
I mean,
He is the assistant staff attorney.
So just a quick question, do all the criminal district judges have 3 bailiffs?
I only have 3 bailiffs part of the time.
I'm just curious, I'm just asking the
I
question.
don't know.
They're authorized 3. Now,
By budget.
By budget.
By statute,
By
you can have
statute,
one.
too. By statute, they are required to have 3, and it's a combination of either a judge's bailiff or the sheriff providing those positions. And it looks like there's a total of 11 out there. And
Total of 11 court bailiffs.
Your bailiff position that we have morphed into something more and different counts as one of those 3.
Okay.
And we discussed that back when that reorganization reclass.
Okay, so I was incorrect. I have a judge's bailiff.
You do. We call it a judge's
I thought he was a
bailiff,
staff
legal
attorney.
researcher.
There you go.
That's what we call it. CDC has 2, CDC 4 has 1, 297th has 2, 213th has had 2. Those are 2 that Judge Stearns just recently had moved back from the Sheriff's Department. County Criminal Courts number 4, 1, and 7 each have 1.
Was it 11 total?
I think it's 11 total.
11
Out of
judges.
20.
And each felony court has 3 positions, 3 bailiffs. A combination of sheriff and/or judge's bailiff.
So in the case where the judge has 1 or 2, then the sheriff is also responsible to make it up, whatever the
Make it
number is, up to 3.
And a misdemeanor court has 2 bailiffs, a family court and/or a civil court, county court at law, all have 1.
And an interesting point of that is remember that the associate judges are all there when you deal with family court. You got an associate judge for every court that comes to the docket.
So they have a bailiff too.
Debbie, would you explain, you said that you had added 4 bailiffs,
Correct.
but that did not increase the pool available. Would you explain that, please?
They have some number of temporaries that they've been using. Now, how consistent or available those temporaries are have become part of the issue. So in lieu of continuing to fund temporary salaries, we simply took that pot of money that was available, looked at what the annual cost for a bailiff or grade 53 is, which is about $62,000 a year when you add on benefits, and then provide 4 people.
So that doesn't cut the need to 10
doesn't.
from
It keeps it
14?
with a more consistent employee, if you want to put it that way, as opposed to a temporary who may or may not be available to work on any given day.
The other
These
is-
are full-time positions
The
available.
other issue we had was, believe it or not, we had several of our part-time bailiffs who we quit using for a variety of reasons. And, with them being a part-time position, it's very simple. You just don't call them anymore. They went down and filed and received unemployment from the state. Yeah, that was my look, Commissioner.
There are situations that are key or perfect for using someone that's part-time if you have a retiree or someone that's reliable and wants to continue working, such as some of the auxiliary courts. You've got direct court who works at night, you've got safe cities that you help with, it's only at 9. So there's perfect situations for temporaries, but you've gotta have the right.
I-
Or do you ever use reserves in any of those situations?
I think it's pretty obvious that there is some number out there that we need to increase the bailiff pool by. How about 5?
5 would be a great help.
5 more?
Yes.
Well, there's 4 in the budget that Debbie included.
No.
Yeah,
Let the
but they
commissioner
were
know.
already there.
We had 13 part-time positions, and we've traded them for 4 full-time positions. Now, do the math. We had 13 people we could call in on a part-time basis, and we traded those for 4 full-time positions. We haven't gained a thing.
Okay.
We may have backed up a little bit.
Let me ask you a question. I understand that we have been talking about bailiffs. What about your other request? In the communication division, you're asking for 1 position. In the investigation division, you're asking for a deputy sheriff. I read through your request and as well as other departments' requests. And unfortunately, I'm not an expert in public safety, so I really have to lean on your recommendation. But I also understand that our job is to manage the limited resource that we have financially and trying to meet the needs of every department in a fair and equitable way. It would be very helpful to me, Sheriff, if you can prioritize your request. Of all these requests, if what I'm hearing from you is in you asking for 9 positions in the deputy sheriff and 4 have been recommended, but those 4 are not really an increase in the number, right?
Correct.
Okay. So is that your number 1?
Number 1.
Concern? The rest of them we can
Yeah, and
for safe for now?
and I told you as I started my remarks, I was going to go from our least need to our most dire need.
Okay.
You know, my priority is the number 3 would be the records clerk, number 2 would be the patrol deputies, and number 1 is the courts and security. That's
Just one comment about force and security, and why I kind of kept going off and online here, and I see I didn't get back on, I'm sorry. I did go back and look, because we have added positions to patrol over the years, and it looks like in 2006, we had 68 authorized positions, and then in 2009, it had increased by 7. So we have added, and I clearly remember 6 deputies 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, 3 and 3.
yeah, and
And that was
I think
probably
that-
back in
that-
07 and 08, but we've increased the patrol division by 7, and I don't recall any clerical positions. I'd have to
there
go.
was
I think
go
one
back.
of them might have been a dog.
Yeah.
But they've been more recent than this.
yeah.
So I'll look
And I
at-
think
I'll
one
look
of
at
them
that
was
in more
one of
detail.
them was an environmental deputy as well, I think.
I'll look at that in more detail. Get back.
Let's, I think we need to put this into the, to be considered, so we can talk to you some more.
Anything you can do, we will be greatly appreciative
Well,
of.
I want to make sure that we put enough bailiffs in. I don't want to see him pulling deputies off the street
Absolutely.
with bailiffs' jobs.
And I agree with that, but I sure would like for the judges to consider pools, because we've got how many different courts?
50 total.
And I'm just not convinced that every day there's 50 proceedings going on in 50 courts. And on those days, I think if it was a pool type of an operation, those folks could be distributed maybe on an as-needed basis, and they wouldn't be sitting in a courtroom waiting for somebody to come through the door. Or if we, Mr. Phillips, maybe we need to look at putting security doors where they can't get off the elevators, but when they get off the elevators, they're going to have to go through security to get there, and then it won't be an issue. It'll be hell on jury day.
Well, I can tell you from just having whispered the word pool in front of some judges that you're going to have a huge pushback. I mean, we're talking huge against.
I'll attest to that.
I mean, you're going to have them with,
And I understand that, but, they're, in a lot of instances, and I say this to some extent, we're the ones that if we end up raising the tax rate, everybody screams at us for raising the tax rate. And so I guess I want those judges to be out there, or anybody else, and say, I'm here and I want to raise your tax rate. as they're doing their campaigns.
Well, and I think Judge Wilson's point is going to be the point you're going to hear back from them. We're saving you millions of dollars annually by keeping the jail population down. Spend some of that on.
And we certainly appreciate that, but our goal is to look at effective and efficient ways to do everything.
I'm not trying to be argumentative at all, Judge. I'm just telling you, from having had these conversations, as Sharon said, I've been to judges' meetings until, I can't go anymore, and they all say, look at the bottom line, look at what we're doing and what we're saving. And I assure you that, we work as efficiently, I have browbeat those people and put my thumb on them, and we're just to the point, and Judge Wilson said, we're just to the point where we've got to have some more people, or something bad's going to happen, I assure you.
We're going to have more people. I'm willing to move it to be considered so that we can move along with today's discussion, but we're going to have some more people in this system.
Thank you.
Thanks, Judge.
So, Your Honor, we can do a tentative vote on that then
To be considered?
Yes, sir.
I thought if we were going to put it in the to be considered, then we didn't.
No, we normally take a vote on all three of those, yes, no, or to be considered. Historically, we've done that, yes.
You started with a record clerk, right?
Because that's his bottom priority, I think. It's security deputies, patrol, and then the records.
The number 3 would be the record clerk, right? Priority 2 would be the patrol division, which is 5 positions.
Correct.
And priority 1 would be the bailiff, 9 positions.
Security deputies.
Correct.
So technically speaking, we are not really adding any position in the number 1 priority request. Am I correct?
Not at this time, but we're looking and discussing it further.
I would move that we assign the sheriff's new position request to the to be considered.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Next one will be the constables, Constable Precinct 1.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Jerry.
Good morning. Last rodeo.
We've had a few, haven't we? Appreciate it.
Beg your pardon? Been up here many times, hadn't asked for a doggone thing. This is it. We want 5% increase on everything, across the board. No discussion.
Service, Jeff.
No discussion.
Thank you for your service.
Now, this is it's been quite a trip. Ms. Snyder, her group have always had it right on, and it's been great. I told Debbie the other day that I've been proud of Tarrant County and our budget system and the way GK and Debbie work. We're not in the newspapers like our neighbor over here, that they can't handle their money. We've done a great job. And it's been good. It's been good, and I've enjoyed it. And I appreciate the way you guys treat us. And it's been fun.
Jerry, let me ask you one question, and it goes back to our previous discussion on bailiffs, because I know you supply the bailiff for JP Court, but I think you also sit right next to one of the probate courts.
Right.
And as we've talked about bailiffs, one of the things I know that I believe Judge Ferchel is looking for is the possibility of, with his associate judge, getting the use of maybe someone from your office. Can you speak at all to the use of the bailiff, the person that you've got for bailiff, and do they have some time available that they could?
We're working on that, Judge.
Okay.
We are looking into that. talk to Debbie. I'd like to talk with a couple of other people before we make a commitment.
Okay.
I talked with Judge Swearingen, and there's a couple of more people we need to talk to before we make a commitment on that.
Okay.
Okay? But we're looking into it.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Appreciate
Thank
your
you.
service.
Move approval of Constable Precinct 1.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Constable Precinct 2.
You know, I may have a list of people that are satisfied, I just have no idea who it is. Do you have it?
Great. And we are completely satisfied with our budget. Waiting on Debbie to respond, but she didn't, so I got her.
You're happy with yours?
I'm sorry.
You're happy with what?
Yes, sir, we are.
proposes?
We are.
Move approval.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Constable 3.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Constable 4.
They are satisfied with their budget and are not in attendance.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Constable 5.
They are satisfied with their budget and are not in attendance.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Constable 6.
Didn't hear from them.
Move approval.
Second.
A motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Constable 7.
My information is that Clint is here.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Constable 8.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Medical Examiner's Office.
The medical examiner is not in attendance. Now, this is the first one where we find a small adjustment, I don't call it small. There's an adjustment to their lab equipment maintenance of $27,000. So if you'll please take that into consideration when recommending this budget. We worked with the medical examiner to identify pieces of equipment that were either bought on a grant that now we have to pay maintenance agreements on and/or were purchased from bond funds. So with this $27,000 addition, I think we're all on target. We did mention earlier that in the end, we will come back and add the ME's contract of 3%, which is part of our agreement with them. So we're recommending the approval of this budget in conjunction with the ME's office with this addition.
Included in the 27,000.
Including the 27,000, yes, sir.
I so move.
Second.
We have a motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Fire Marshal.
He is here, but satisfied.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
CSCD.
Are not in attendance, but is satisfied with their recommendation.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Pretrial Release.
They are satisfied and are in the attendance of the audience if you have any questions. They are satisfied.
And doing an excellent job. I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Juvenile Services.
Juvenile Services is here. Randy has to be, Mr. Turner has to be.
Thank you. Thank you, Debbie. Yes, Commissioners and Judge, we have no problem with our operational budget at all. There is a new position that is included in our budget that was not recommended as a new position. We are taking some action internally we are anticipating a vacant position that we'll be actually be able to use for that position. It's around our JCMS activity, and we're still working on grading that position. So I just want to make sure the court was aware that we are still working on that particular position within our budget. But otherwise, we're very happy with our recommended budget.
Second.
We have a motion is second. Any discussion? Please
We'll
vote.
include that position in.
The position itself is not included in the budget because we are going to repurpose the position after retirement. And that retirement, that, you may see that come back to you even before the end of the fiscal year.
Okay.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
323rd District.
Judge Boyd, I've not talked with her, so that really indicates that she has issues with school.
Move approval.
Second.
The motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
The next on our list is a break.
Great idea.
Take 5 minutes. What?
Break.
Your Honor, members of the court, our next department is Public Health.
Ms. Brewer.
You've already presented their budget to the JPS, haven't you?
Yes, sir, we did. And they do not have any, they're satisfied with the budget as
Move
presented.
approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Did you say that everybody was satisfied with,
Public
on
Health.
both sides of the table on that budget?
Well, I'll tell you, no, and, they don't have any requested changes from the budget that's presented. When we went to JPS on Saturday, and we made a presentation to them, it lasted about an hour. I thought that was a very informative presentation. It was something that we had conversations back and forth. The hospital district did not show any signs of negativism. They asked us basically to work in two particular areas. One was collectively with hospital district staff to see if there is any overlap in responsibilities so that we can see which is the best way of performing that task. And second of all, they talked about the 1115 waiver, which was something that was brought to our attention as far as a potential funding source on Thursday. And we promised that we would work with their staff to see if there was an ability to do that.
Okay.
The next one is Human Services.
Wait a minute.
We haven't voted.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
We had a motion and a second.
Yes.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Human Services.
Wait, refocus. They're satisfied with their budget?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Motion passes unanimously.
Child
He
Protective.
thinks he's got somewhere to go.
It's that cup of coffee, you know. Child Protective Services.
They are not in attendance, but are satisfied with their budget.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Public Assistance.
Now, public assistance is something that we prepare each year, so let me make a couple of comments here. There's one reduction that we're recommending here, and we're not going to speak to that in any length because we have not talked to the organization yet, so we may come back to you on that at a later date. The other one is senior citizens, which we first started funding them this fiscal year, and there was a known reduction of 25% that is in place here, and senior citizens is aware of that. I'm looking for a piece of paper that might have fallen forward. No? But we do also have a request from Safe Haven that we have not addressed in the public assistance budget. I don't know how many of you actually received that request. Safe Haven. From Safe Haven. I don't know how many of you received that request. It was forwarded to me by Judge Whitley, and their request is for $100,000. They made an analogy to the money that we do give to the Women's Center for the Rape Crisis Program. And of course, I just want to point out that the Women's Center has been a long-term partner with us, and we do fund a specific program with them. It's not an issue of just providing them assistance every year. And of course, the Rape Crisis Program works very closely with the victims that are in the criminal justice system. They do also appear at the hospital anytime an individual is brought in for a rape exam, providing toiletries and a change of clothes. They also work closely with other assault victims besides just rape victims. So, Safe Haven has, Safe Havens has presented this request for $100,000. Now, we've looked at special funds. We do have a family protection fund, and if we're looking at what is available on an annual incoming basis from that fund, there is a margin of about $25,000. That fund brings in about $130,000 annually. Right now, we're given one safe place, $100,000 a year from that fund, and we give $5,000 to child advocates, along with another $25,000 a year out of Gene Boyd, the juvenile judge's budget. So there is $25,000 worth
available ongoing resources in that particular fund.
How are they being funded now?
We don't participate with them in any form or fashion. Now, I will tell you that community development provided us information that they've given recently Safe Haven close to $500,000. And Patricia, are you still in the audience? Do you have anything you would like to add to that? You will have to come up here, please.
I mean, just asking for $100,000 and not knowing anything about them is a little strange as far as I'm concerned.
And that's why I gave you the background on our women's participation, because, like I said, we do participate with a program with that organization, and there's really no notation in here other than $100,000 would be ideal. Would you please consider this request? And granted, all nonprofits have seen a loss in funding over the years. I think they quote here, funding from Fort Worth, United Way, and the federal government are ever changing, as you know, for a variety of reasons.
We do fund Safe Haven on several grants, Continuum of Care and the Emergency Solutions Grant. If you want the exact amount, I'd be glad to forward it to each of your office. We have funded them for years, primarily in the area of housing and case management, and we work with them very closely.
So how much are we giving them a year?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I'll be glad to forward the exact amount to your office.
Can you give an estimate?
Plus or minus 100,000?
Probably about 400,000.
Yeah.
How much?
400,000, between 4 and 5.
Okay, so, and I want to be sure I've got this. So we've got in here the Rape Crisis Center, that's about 100,000, and is that going to, is that Women's Haven?
It's Women's Center.
Women's Center. Yeah. We're giving about 400,000 through our community development to Safe Haven. And then we're giving 100,000 to One Safe Place.
From the Family Protection.
From the Family Protection Fund. And the One Safe Place is the collaboration, well, it's a collaboration of a lot of agencies.
All of the above.
But it's specifically, it also is the DA's office,
Local police departments.
local police departments in there as well. It's very similar to our Alliance for Children concept, except that this is in the instance of domestic violence from that standpoint. Okay.
I would venture to guess that the $400,000 that Safe Haven receives is emergency shelter dollar.
That and
shelter plus care.
Yes, and that's
I'm going to go offline for a second because I do have an email from Ms. Ward on that, so I'm going to find out.
Okay. It's Continuum of Care, which is supportive housing. It's a federal grant that we compete for every year. And it's changed a little bit throughout the years, but we do case management and housing vouchers for them and their shelter on the east side. There's some operational costs, and that has changed throughout the years because HUD is going away from social services and supportive services to housing only. So there are some gaps that they're experiencing right now, as many of our nonprofits are. So they're having to make shifts in their funding sources.
So why should we finish this subject before you leave? So where are you getting that money from?
It's HUD funds. We're an entitlement community based on our emergency shelter grant, which is about $100,000 a year. It's gone up to $200,000 this next year. Then we compete with the Homeless Coalition for supportive housing funds. That's where the bulk of these funds do come from. And we work with the City of Fort Worth, Arlington, and Tarrant County that we fund the nonprofits throughout Tarrant County. And that is the bulk of the money. It's primarily for housing. We pay for shelter in their shelter on the east side.
So I guess I want to be sure I understand this. So basically, Arlington, Fort Worth, and Tarrant County get money
through the Homeless Coalition.
Through the Homeless Coalition.
As the nonprofits.
Okay, and then do we decide how we're going to distribute that money, or is the reason that we got some of that money because Safe Haven applied for a grant and they got the grant.
We applied for the grant, and what we work with the nonprofits, and we act as a grantee, and they act as a sponsor. We have a little bit more capacity than most of the nonprofits, so we work with them to fill the gaps in the services in the community. We apply for the funds, and we use their organization to distribute those funds.
It's part of our continuum of care
Yes.
applications.
Yes.
None of this comes out of CD.
BG, no. These are separate grants, supportive housing grant and emergency shelter grants, which are similar to CDBG, but they're not.
Thank you.
Have we given them any grants out of our housing finance?
Not to my knowledge.
No.
Okay.
Have we given any grants out of our housing finance to any of these on this list?
It's up there. Can you see that?
Yes, we've given
Yeah.
them.
To,
Samaritan House.
We've given some to Samaritan House, and we've given some to
Day-
Grace.
yeah, and Day Resource Center, I believe.
Arlington, I bet we've given some to Arlington Life Shelter.
And they're a direct
We haven't.
grantee.
I'm getting ready to. Catholic Charities.
Yeah, and they're also a direct grantee from these funds.
When you say direct grantee, that means they go directly to the federal government?
Yes.
And we're not, it's not
It
through us?
doesn't pass through us.
Okay.
Patricia, I guess I had the privilege of going through the facility in Arlington about 2 weeks ago. I think the thing that I probably came away with is, one, they're doing a really good job. But probably a bigger thing was the number of children
Right.
that are in those facilities. It's you think of it as a place where women go, which they do, but all those women are bringing kids with them, and there's more children in that facility than there are adult women. So they've got a lot of challenges, and obviously they've been at it a long time, I think.
We started about 10 years ago to focus on women and children because we saw the trend. And while Fort Worth focuses primarily on the homeless section in Fort Worth, we look at a countywide basis. And if you look in the suburban areas, the homeless space is a little bit different. There's a lot of women and children from domestic violence that are end up in a lot of our support services. And that also goes in Arlington because Arlington has an issue with transportation.
I think I would like for us to, since it sounds like that so much of what they're asking for is housing support type stuff, I'd really like for us to look at, maybe doing some sort of a grant out of our CDBG or our Housing Finance Corporation. Not CDBG, but out of our Housing Finance Corporation, as opposed to doing it out of our budget.
But I want to see what their budget looks like. Where's their $100,000 hole?
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did they mention anything specific for the 100,000, or are they just basically trying to cover the operational?
yeah. I think that programmatically, they get a bunch of funds from the federal government through community development, but their whole is an operating dollar.
Well, we'll see if we can get some more detailed information on losses of sources of revenue.
Financial statement.
So
We'll put that in, well,
May I make a suggestion, Your Honor? Since the budget is relates to public assistance, there's no mention at all about safe haven in that. If there's no changes to that, if you would vote as a yes on the budget, and then we will take safe haven and pull that aside and bring that back to the court.
so moved. We got a motion and a second. Y'all can figure out how to distribute it. Any other discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Ag Extension is here, and this is a department that actually has 2 of the RIFs in it. Now, let me make it clear on those RIFs that one of those is a position that the A&M system has formally eliminated from their end. And, of course, we do fund a portion of each of the extension leaders' salary. The other position is actually one that we overlooked from a couple of years ago, that the funding source was changed 100% to, where was it, Dana? Prairie View? To Prairie View. So we missed eliminating that a couple of years ago. So with that being said, we are recommending the elimination of those 2 positions. And
Dana is in the audience, but they are satisfied with their budget as presented.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Veteran Services,
They are satisfied. He is unable to attend today.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Historical Commission Archives,
That's yours.
we're satisfied.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Then finally, Resource Connection.
Judy, Judy here?
Move approval.
Just one quick comment there. We are recommending through the Sheriff's Department budget, the expansion of the Sheriff's Department Academy to a larger digs space at Resource Connection. That will generate out of our pockets, of course, about an additional $120,000 into the Resource Connection, and we have taken that into consideration here.
Is there a motion?
Yes.
Second.
Yes. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Civil Courts.
Let me get back on task. We've got the 17th, the 48th, the 67th, the 96th, all saying that they are satisfied with their budget.
Move approval of those budgets.
Second.
A motion is second to approve the budgets listed. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Had no correspondence from the 141st. Is someone here? No.
From which one?
141st District Court.
Must be happy. Keep going.
Anybody from the 153rd?
He's retiring. He's happy.
You didn't care. 236. So, 342nd is okay, 340. So we're just going to take the balance of the civil courts as they're satisfied.
So that would be through
352nd.
Move approval of the balance of the civil courts.
A motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
District court.
Family Courts.
Now, family courts, I want to just make a quick comment here. This starts with the 231st and goes to the 360th. When we met with these courts individually, we said that we would add back $250 from their education that was reduced for fiscal year 12. So you'll see in each case, with the exception of one, because the fund's already there, that we are recommending that we add back $250 to their recommended budget. Now, that being said, it looks like everybody is satisfied, but Judge Sinha with the 360th is here to make an additional request.
Which one?
This is the
360th.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
We're very happy with the budget for this fiscal year. You folks were kind enough to unanimously restore $1,050 to our education budget last year, and through error or whatever, it never, oversight, it never made it to the budget. So this week, for instance, we have the advanced family law course. We didn't have any money for Judge Mendoza and myself to go. And that's okay. Those things happen, and we're happy to take care of business at the courthouse. But we sure would appreciate if that $1,050 that you folks appropriated last year could be restored to our budget this year. We could go next year then to the seminar. So it was already allocated 5-0. It just never made it to our budget.
And like I told Judge Sinha when he called on Friday, have we found out any time, and as a matter of fact, we'll still do it now. I mean, it was an oversight on our part. Have we found out October 1st when they got
So
their...
what's the long and the short of this?
They want, you said $1,050, but we just added $250.
Well, the $1,050...
800 more next year,
Wow.
because we missed it this year.
What I'm saying, and you folks do what you think is best, of course, but a year ago, $1,050 was restored to our education budget. It never made it to the budget, and we would sure still appreciate that so that we could...
So the question I'm trying to get to is, the 42, you're telling me the 4250 for 12 should have been 5,300?
Yes.
And you've only spent 3,600 year to date, but you would have spent the rest of it, or you will spend the rest of it? Have you already been to your thing this year?
No, we're missing it this week because
Because it wasn't in the budget.
right, and in fact, what we're doing this week is letting our court reporter do her continuing education with whatever's money's left over.
Okay, so
what do you want?
he wants another 1,050.
We want the 1,050 that you folks were kind enough to allocate to our court last year that never made it to our budget, to make it to our budget this year.
Okay, so the other question then is, why are the other ones not meeting? Why are the other courts able to make it for the 4,250 and you need 50?
Well, the reason we gave last year, and it still holds true, is that we were the newest district court. We had just gotten on board, and in fact, Judge Mendoza, who is here today, went to a new judges school. I went to a new judges school. Those things that are basically required of new judges. And those just took a dent into our budget that normally you wouldn't see other judges have to worry about.
Okay, that was the first year. What's the reason?
Well, this is our second year. We never got the money to go to our normal stuff of advanced family law.
Okay, so we'll give it to you this year, and then it'll be,
Right.
we'll got the new ones out.
Exactly.
Okay.
If we approved it last year and it wasn't put in the budget, why don't we just add it to the budget, let him go to school, and then leave this one
School's going on.
School's already gone on.
Going on?
But we'll go next year. We'll at least have the budget to do it next year. We appreciate that.
Let's do it, yeah, let's do
Move
it.
approval.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Can we take just 2 minutes? I got to swear somebody in for civil service. Are y'all just, JD?
Let's move on.
County Court at Law.
I only heard from one county court at law. They're satisfied. Is anybody else here? So we'll take 1 through 3 as satisfied. County court at law number 1, 2, and 3.
1, 2, and 3 is satisfied.
Second.
Motion made and second.
I heard from probate.
Wait a minute. Vote unanimous.
Probate Court 1.
Judge King is here.
I know he's pleased with this.
No complaints. Members of the court, I just want to give you an interim report. We started last year on a project to replace our official court reporter with an audiovisual recording system. And just to let you know, we are proceeding with that. We've done some camera tests. We have wireless brought into the courtroom. And so we've got a little adjustment in this year's budget for continuing to use court reporters on a day, half-day or day basis when we actually need one. But in the meantime, we are not funding that position using those funds for other staff positions. And so hopefully this will be the wave of the future. I may just have to get a remote start on my car when word gets out.
Keep up the good work.
All right, and happy to respond to any questions you might have.
You still working on that trial down in Houston?
I am, well, he's referring to a case where I was the 8th judge appointed in the case, and I have not been relieved from that case, although a 9th judge was appointed. I think I'm the reserve threat. And, but that, unfortunately, that case goes on. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Is Burchill happy with his?
They are satisfied, so if you could include 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
Right.
Motion made and second. Is there any further discussion? Please vote. Vote is unanimous.
Members of the court, we're going to take the criminal district courts, the magistrate court, criminal court support, grand jury, criminal attorney appointment, mental health, and county criminal courts at one time. Mr. Shugart is here.
Can I say something first, Brad? I just want you to make note that, we do have special purpose funds that go toward funding drug-related court activities. We are going to recommend through that source of fund additional case manager for the direct court to handle actually misdemeanor level cases. Those will be handled by Judge Mitchell.
Yes.
So we are recommending that. In County Criminal Court number 5, they have a program that involves youth, and it's called YODA, and it's a family violence program. Their grant has expired. Now, we've left funds in their position, their budget that is equal to full-time funding for a case manager also,
but we've asked them to work to see if they could find a nonprofit that could actually provide the management of that program. And I don't think they've had time to do that due diligence yet. So in the end, we might come back and actually add a position related to that. At this time, we're letting them look to see if there is a program out there that can assist with it. Okay, great.
And on that note, Judge Cummings wanted to let you know she'd be here, but she should get everything she wants because she had West Nile virus. So that's her stand. I really just...
I've been using that for weeks.
We beat the drum as long as people will hear it. I just wanted to come in and say, I've been in this position a little bit over a year, and I've really come to learn about this different branch of government. And I appreciated working with Judge Whitley in a different role down at Texas Defense Commission, and it's much more interesting down there in Austin, and which has led me to believe to see what a blessing it is to work for Tarrant County, because no matter where we go, it's always refreshing to realize how well we actually do work together, no matter how contentious it some be. And I wanted to thank the Budget Office for Debbie's continued support of the judges, and GK continue, even though at times I may be a little rough in your face with GK, but he's also been very supportive. So on that note, we're...
So many of these thank yous and kisses.
Well, it's important.
We don't do kisses down here.
No. Though it isn't important, though, it tends to be that when we come in front of Commissioners Court, we're always asking for something, so we should at least acknowledge the times that we have worked together and have gotten things done. We're in acceptance of all our budgets. The only issue that we had on the table was a misdemeanor auxiliary court coordinator. We understand the budget constraints we have at this time, and not going to push for that, but we wanted you to be aware that we will ask for that again.
Greg, could I ask you something about that caseworker in the YODA program?
Yes.
Is that position not currently filled?
No, it is currently filled, and it's grant funded, and the grant is extended to the end of the
I thought Debbie said that the grant had run out.
Well, it will run out. It will.
I'm working a year in advance here, so
Yes, it will expire at the end of this current fiscal year, and she's placed. Yes.
Sorry.
It'll expire at the end of this current fiscal year?
Current fiscal year. Current fiscal year will expire, and funds are put placed in the budget in order for this program to continue.
And we're not necessarily recommending that we continue it with the same, it's being done through UTA right now.
Correct.
Yeah, we're not particularly recommending that. We're just seeing if there's another source out there, since there are several family violence-related activities going on and nonprofits. If there's not, then we're more than willing, since the funding is there, provide the position itself. But that's our second recommendation. Phase 2.
Move approval of all of the above.
Thank you.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
And that motion was for all of those departments through county criminal courts. We'll now go to Justices of the Peace, Precinct 1.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Karen Nash. I'm here, of course, from Justice Court Precinct 1. Judge Swearingen is unable to be here this morning. He's teaching at a...
Can you move closer to the microphone?
Speak a little
Okay.
louder.
Is that a little,
Speak
okay.
a little louder.
Good morning. I'm Karen Nash from Justice Court Precinct 1. Judge Swearingen is unable to be here this morning. He's teaching at a seminar for the Texas Justice Court Judges Seminar in Round Rock, Texas. Our budget request this year for education was $8,500. The Budget Office requested that be put back to $6,600 for education. We're requesting our education budget line item be restored back to $8,500. For the budget year of 2012, to date, we have spent $8,798.39 for education. This budget line item is used to educate 8 JP court clerks and the judge. For 2013, Judge Swearingen will be teaching at seminars for the Texas Justice Court Judges Association and the Texas Justice Court Training Center. For the budget year of 2012, Judge Swearingen was on the legislative committee to restructure the Justice Court. there's a possibility some of the due dates that were associated with that project will have to be extended, and Judge Swearingen may have to attend additional meetings in regards to the restructuring of the Justice Court. These meetings are held in Austin. In addition to the judge's aforementioned teaching obligations, he and the JP1 clerk staff are required by law to receive continuing education annually. Judge Swearingen also personally pays for all expenses associated with his continuing education in his capacity as a licensed attorney. For all of these reasons, we again are requesting our education budget line item be restored to the original requested amount of $8,500.
He is, he's teaching some classes too down at TAC. So I would move approval to approve his budget, but change the amount of $6,600 to $8,500.
I second.
I guess the only question I would ask is, does TAC not reimburse expenses for that? Why, or when somebody's teaching, normally they are doing the instruction, normally they'll pay mileage or take care of the expenses for that.
And I can't answer that.
Well, the one time I was a presenter, they did pay for those expenses.
So he's not
But
getting
there's
any
there's a lot of things that he's doing besides that. I just threw that in that.
I don't think the request for the additional fund is for the teaching.
Right.
I think it was, you mentioned it's for additional training that the judge will need to attend to restructure his court, right? Is that, it has nothing to do with his teaching at TAC.
That's not what it said.
I got that opinion it was.
Some of it will be used for that. Now, for the 2012 year, some of the education budget was used on that reconstruction committee. We did have to use some of the money for that, for those meetings that took place in Austin.
Karen, I funded that directly and separately.
Okay, you didn't, we didn't have to do that, okay.
So that was paid for out of a separate fund.
It was paid for out of their budget, but we provided separate funds for that. Once we find out that someone is serving on a board like that, then we address that separately. So if it comes up again, we'll take care of that as it happens.
And then you said that all of his legal, I mean, I know he's got legal hours that he has to do.
He does that personally
Oh, he does
himself.
all that personally?
Yes, and Ms. Snyder did tell me last week about the Austin Reconstruction Committee. I just momentarily forgot that. She did tell me that they took that out of a special deal, and that for the other meetings that possibly could be required, that they would pay for that also.
Would y'all mind if we, instead of just going ahead and approving it, if we got a kind of a schedule that shows, I mean, because it sounds like he's getting reimbursed in some places, it sounds like we're putting some of it in a different
He came
fund.
and visited with me, I can assure you, what he justified the $8,500.
Yeah, he visited me, and he's in a couple other organizations, and
He's not compensated for his expenses.
he's the only attorney, JP, I think we have. Is that correct? I believe he is.
Yes, he is.
That's my knowledge at this
Was
time.
before this last election, I'm assuming he still is.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you all.
JP2?
I believe are they here? I'm sorry. You're satisfied with their budget? To the best of my knowledge, Judge Davis also teaches at several of these seminars. But they're satisfied with their budget.
Now, that would have resulted in an adjustment to, by 1,900 on.
I've got 1,900 here.
What was your last comment there about JP?
To the best of my knowledge, Judge Davis also teaches at some of the JP seminars.
Are you trying to justify your cut of 1,900 out of the other judges?
No. I'm just trying to make the statements equal.
Okay.
I would say that would have been good justification.
But basically, just so you'll know, we gave, how we allocated travel or education to each of these budgets is that we allowed $1,000 for each JP and $750 for each clerk. As far as the clerks go, we looked at 3 areas that they normally travel to, Rockwall, San Antonio, and Austin, and kind of averaged those costs together, knowing that majority of them try to send clerks to Rockwall whenever possible, because it's closer.
Which one are we on?
Two.
But 2, 3, 4, 5 through 5 is satisfied with your budget.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion is second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
JP 6.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion is second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
JP 7.
Judge Hayes is here. He has indicated that they're satisfied with their budget.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion is second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
JP 8.
Move approval.
Satisfied, I'm sorry, they're satisfied.
Second.
Motion is second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
District Attorney.
At what point are we going to discuss their, the salary adjustments that we talked about on JP?
I thought that we would do that between now and the 1st of September. We will need to include, if there's any changes, we would do that. We are doing some additional research on that and
Okay.
developing some additional material for the court.
Okay, thank you.
I would assume that, and the sheriff's office
We'll come back. And just,
and the salaries.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
just kind of FYI, on JP3, we did learn about a situation recently regarding them. I need to get back with them, and we may come with additional recommendations for JP3. So, but I don't have all the details right now. Mr. Shannon?
Just
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. We do, as Commissioner Johnson said, I'll throw my love and kisses around generally, but we did have about 6 items remaining, but we have, with working with the Budget Office, I think we resolved 4 of those 6, or they're going to be resolved in a satisfactory way with some suggestions. The only 2 things that we have left that we would like to urge the court to consider are 2 positions. One is a protective order coordinator or paralegal type individual for the One Safe Place location. You've already mentioned, talked about that a little bit. Everybody's familiar with the concept of trying to have sort of a one-stop place for all of our victims out there with medical, social work, all that sort of thing. And one of the things, of course, is obviously important to them out there is that the DA's office have a presence out there. And because we don't have any numbers or statistics yet on what will happen, although I do understand they are already taking some clients on, even though there's still construction going on out there and they're kind of working out of trailers, that they had requested us to have our family violence unit, or a large portion thereof, out there. And I felt like the prudent way to approach this was to have a person out there sort of like a triage nurse at JPS that would be a paralegal to begin with, and then have a lawyer rotate in and out of there as the need arises so as to kind of keep the cost down. The cost on I call it paralegal, technically is project services coordinator or protective order services coordinator, would be $53,000. And I thought it would be appropriate to have one person out there on a regular basis and have a lawyer from our family violence and our protective order unit rotate out there. And the purpose of this person would be to sort of judge the situation when the folks came in. They're mostly generally women that have been suffered from battering and that sort of thing, to decide and to direct these people to our protective order unit for protective orders, or to our criminal family violence unit for criminal prosecution, or sometimes both, and to kind of direct the traffic flow. And as the numbers build up out there, which we feel like they probably will, and the projections are there, that we will come back to you somewhere down the road as the numbers justify it and say we'd like to see about putting a lawyer out there if, in fact, that is justifiable. I just didn't want to start off throwing everybody out there and then hoping they will come. It was not like a field of dreams, build it and they will come. I wanted to kind of start off in a prudent way, and so I've told them that's what our request is going to be, and it is for that $53,000 position. And we do want to cooperate. I think it's a great program. It's a great concept, and if we can get these victims helped as much as we can in one place without squiring them all around town, I think it's a benefit to them if we can do it. I think there's some logistics problems down there toward, I think they had a concept to begin with of wanting to have a court out there and do it, but then they're building the court in an area in which the perps can't get in, and you can't hold court without letting both sides come there. So I think there's some things to be worked out. One of the things I have suggested to them that they consider, if we can do it, it may need a statutory change to let it maybe be handled on some sort of closed-circuit television, because in some of the more egregious cases, it's not a good, healthy thing for some of these people to come together. There is a statute on the books right now dealing with children victims being able to testify by video. Perhaps we could copy that. Steve Cheney got that passed a number of years ago. So I'm looking ahead at trying to get this thing rolling as much as they tell us the victims will be there. So far, they've had some come in, and if we can start with that position, I think it would be a great way to get it started. We'll have lawyers that from our Family Protective Order and our Family Violence Unit kind of rotate out there and judge the cases and look at them and interview folks as need arises. So that's position one. Our second one is...
Move approval to add that one to the budget.
I'll second it, conditioned upon hearing what thing number 2 is.
You want to see what's behind the other door? All right. I'm going to have... go ahead. I'm sorry.
I mean, I guess one of the questions I've got, I know, and again, in our family law, or in our children's, in our Alliance for Children, you have attorneys that are out there, and I mean, as we added one in Northeast, I don't think there was anybody added to our deal. How are those attorneys working, and is there not a way that you could take your existing attorneys that you talked about rotating them through there? Is there a reason why we can't rotate those folks without having to add one?
Well, I want one out there that's the paralegal, not an attorney. This is not an attorney position. It is a paralegal protective order coordinator position. It's a person who's not qualified to give legal advice or make legal decisions, but to diagnose the situation, take the information, look at it, and make inquiry, check out, see what other individuals need to be talked to, and then as the attorneys come in, the attorneys will make decisions. Like I said, it's like a triage nurse in an emergency room. The doctor comes in and makes the decisions, but the triage nurse collects the information for them.
In all the Alliance for Children, though, you have attorneys out there.
Yes, we do. We have, well, actually, we don't actually have, there's a police presence out there, and I don't think we have a physical attorney actually present out there other than they come and go. I may be wrong on that, but if I am, I'll stand to be corrected. But it's a similar concept in that this is...
Well, that's what I understand.
Yeah,
That's what
it's similar.
I was thinking you had attorneys out there, and maybe they're... Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess I was just thinking that you had attorneys, because I think for the most part, they feel pretty strongly that they need attorneys out there, and I'm just wondering how long it's going to be before you're going to be back saying, okay, wait a minute, we got to have an attorney.
It may happen, and I'm not going to try to mislead the court. I'm not telling you this is a one-time fix. What I'm saying, this is a start toward getting this program off the ground and running to see what the numbers. And I told them when they were talking to me about it, I said, look, if I come to Commissioner's Court and ask for putting a new portion of our family violence unit out there, first question the commissioners are going to ask is, what are the numbers? And I said, I don't blame them. If I was on the court, I'd ask the same question. And so I don't have those numbers yet because it's just getting off the launching pad. But I think that somewhere down the road, and perhaps maybe next year, depending on how fast this thing takes off, I think we will be looking at perhaps having full-time lawyer out there.
But you do have a couple of people who rotate through there.
I plan to rotate one out of our family protective unit and one out of our family violence unit for the criminal side. And these people don't do the same thing, but at the same time, their talents are available from two different directions. I'm trying to kind of do this in a fiscally sound way to be supportive of the plans, and this got a tremendous amount of community support behind it, and I hope it does all that they hope it will do.
So if we convert to an attorney, you'll be giving up that paralegal.
No, I didn't say I'd convert to an attorney. I said I would maybe perhaps add an attorney. I don't know what it'll be. I can't give you that forecast. I don't know how important it'll be to have the triage person versus the lawyer, or it may well be we could convert to a lawyer. I don't know.
It's going to take...
Depends on what happens.
...at least a year to get into their permanent building and get things moving to the point where they even know what the demand is going to be.
Will you give us a report next year?
Oh, absolutely. I may be able to do it before then, depending on how it goes.
Is this position, will this position be working from your building or the one?
No, they actually be physically, the one I've got in mind and requesting here would actually be physically located out there at Safe Place.
One safe place.
Yeah, one safe place out there at its location. On a full-time basis, the lawyers would rotate out there. And I think, there's enough of our lawyers who really care about this mission and to protect the families that are being brutalized, so to speak, that I think I won't have any problem getting folks willing to go out there and help. Now, putting them out there, if you do that, it's an enhanced level of service. We'd be depleting, if we move one of our existing protective orders out of there, who's here in the main courthouse, family court, that we'd be basically depleting that service. So what we're trying to do is ask for an enhanced level of service to deal with the people that are going to be coming into this area here. And I'll be the first to admit, if something happens and the numbers don't gin out, I'll come back and say, hey, we'll give up that slot. But for right now, I want to do it in I think, a fiscally sound way, rather than just transplant two or three people.
My question was, is we're starting off with the paralegal to see, once it gets to the full volume and you decide it's time for an attorney, I want the paralegal to go away.
Well, it may be that we can do that. It may be that you need a lawyer in addition to an attorney, and I think that depends on what comes in the door.
Can I make a suggestion? I mean, we don't really know what the workload's going to be.
That's correct.
And we certainly don't want to hire someone on a full-time basis with the prospect of it possibly going away the next year. So is there a way that we can start this program out with a temporary, a part-time person?
We could maybe yield to do it with a contract situation, and then if it turns into the business is there, as long as we have a physical presence, somebody doing the job. I don't have a personal preference on whether they're on a contract for a year or whether or not, they're on permanent. I do understand that, and that's one option.
Would it be acceptable to do a contract for a paralegal?
If the money's the same, because that's what it's going to take us to get that type of person, I need somebody that's more than clerical. I need somebody who can, have the smarts, the background, the training to collect the
I'll
information.
agree with that in the motion.
Okay.
I'd go with that.
We have a motion and a second.
The volume is already there to have this type of person out there now. How do you want to do it?
I'll take what I get, and then hopefully, we'll either ramp it up or ramp it down, as the case may be.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Door number 2, I'm going to let Mr. Collins explain the technical side of that, but what it is a mental health attorney, and Marvin will explain to it. He's supervised the mental health unit here in Tarrant County for almost 20 years, and he's certainly head and shoulders more knowledgeable than I am, but it's a lawyer position. We have spoken with the budget office for the last several years, although we haven't really proposed it, that it's coming, the idea's coming, and the numbers are here now. So, Marvin, if you wouldn't mind, I appreciate it.
Good afternoon, members of the court. In the year 2004, we created a second mental health attorney position for this county. And in the year 2004, we had 1,444 filings in that mental health court. It has risen steadily each year since then, some of them big jumps. And we're now at 2,914. We've more than doubled our filings since we added the last attorney. Now, every year, what we do at budget time with our meeting with Debbie, we bring up the rising caseload. We've never asked for that attorney until this year. But every year, I warn Debbie, the day is coming that we have to ask you for a third mental health attorney. Well, that day has now come, and I want to give you a little handout to show you what those statistics are and what that attorney does.
And you had 2 full-time attorneys over there?
We have 2 full-time attorneys.
And you have had 2 since 2004?
That's correct.
Has one of them been working full? Or has there been some illnesses, or has there been?
For the last several years, as our caseload has been going up, we have been moving heaven and earth to take up the slack that has been caused by one of our mental health attorneys who had a serious illness. And I might add, this is something that I would like to take a moment to make a personal statement about this attorney, Ronnie Knight, a very dedicated public servant, someone we would all want to have working for us and doing the job that he's been doing. Ronnie had a very serious illness. He just passed away, and Ronnie is the kind of person who would take work home with him at night to work on. He would come up on Saturdays to work on the another part of that job, the occupational driver's licenses. Ronnie was a person who, in the mental health area, as you know, these things can be very time-sensitive and volatile. He would tell clients, family members, I am available 24 hours a day. Let me give you my cell phone number, and if it's 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning, you call me. And that level of service was such that at least a couple of these folks thought enough of that to personally communicate with Joe Shannon how much they appreciated Ronnie Knight's hard work and service. But yes, we have had to backfill and cover. We had a temporary attorney 1 year that was assisting. We have had people from the civil division back up in that unit. But what we're really asking is that we add the third attorney because of the statistics and the burgeoning caseload. In 2004, when we added our last mental health attorney, our county was, the population was 1.5 million. As of July of this year, it's 1.83 million. So we've had another 300,000 people in this county since we added an attorney, and of course that has also increased what we're doing. Now, since 2004, we also have added forced medication hearings. These are civil hearings in about 10% of our cases. That's a type of case we didn't do in 2004. And we've had our judges increase the number of days a week that they have hearings. We also do our Wichita Falls committed patients in order to save the county money. We've been doing those since 2000. I'm not sure what year we've done those.
I want to say about
2006. And they were charging us a healthy sum, I might add. I'm not sure what that was, but they were charging us a fair amount to do that, and now we're doing those by phone. And then also, new since 2004, we have forensic medication hearings for jailed persons. Now, what we do, this unit is currently located in the Family Law Center. We have co-housed that unit with our protective order unit so they can back one another up, and we cross-train our people. That is helpful in making sure that in two small units we are able to keep up with everything that has been happening. And if you will also notice on the occupational driver's licenses, something that, by the way, Mr. Knight did a lot of. In civil courts, you can see that those have gone up from 1,174 to 1,772. We have, we feel like that, and the mental health attorneys do handle some pauper's affidavit challenges. Now, let me distinguish those from the ones that we do for Mr. Wilder. We have one of our civil attorneys who does those in district court, but for the appellate cases and for the county court at law cases, those are done by our mental health attorneys. So we have had, we've been patient. We think that now we are fully justified in adding another attorney position for our mental health unit, who will be cross-trained for protective orders also. This is something that has risen each year since 2004.
Any questions, discussion? Thoughts? How much was that attorney's
Let's hear
run?
from Debbie before I make a motion.
How much was the?
The total on that one is $112,646.
And your reason for not?
Our reason was, for the first time in many, many years, this division will be at full strength this year. And we simply wanted to give them an opportunity to work with 2 full-time attorneys in that division. They have, while Mr. Knight was very ill, he was unable to provide the service at a level that we currently are. The second person was hired maybe less than a month ago, right?
Yes. Yes, that's correct. We've backfilled it immediately.
Right.
I mean, once Mr. Knight passed away, we backfilled immediately because we couldn't afford any kind of a gap in that position. And I will add that, again, Mr. Knight did a tremendous job of serving his clients. And I think whatever attorney we get is going to be doing really well the first year if they can do what he did.
And of course, the rest of the story is, as we do with many, many operations throughout the county, the civil division of the DA's office is one that that cost us just in salaries alone $3.1 million. They have 25 overall employees, and our suggestion to them is that they use their employees wherever they need them.
And of course, we've been doing that. That's how we back that unit up. It's a small unit.
Have you tried to look into other areas of the district attorney office to cut costs, maybe shift costs across?
Well, if we could rob Peter to pay Paul, if we reduced our services in other areas, we could. But this is one that has been burgeoning since 2004. And, we bring it up every year. We just have never asked for it. Actually, we're probably a year or two late in asking for it.
I'm going to move to include.
What kind of cases are these?
These are civil mental commitments.
Commitment.
No second?
Yes.
Yeah, I will second.
Now we have a second.
Based upon the fact that Tarrant County provides the vast majority of mental health treatment. There's nothing in the private sector that rivals what goes on in our jails and in our places that we commit people. We are the provider of last resort of mental health service.
Right.
Any other discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, members of the court.
And I'm assuming that motion included the remainder of the VA's budget is a yes. Is that correct?
What?
Yes.
I'm sorry, the remainder of the DA's budget is a yes, then. That's correct? That was in your motion, Commissioner.
If we need to, do you want to vote on the rest of the budget? I mean, what he's saying, he's assuming that your motion included approval of the remainder.
I will move approval of the remainder of the VA's budget.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the court, it's 12:20. I see that Mr. Wilder has some of his staff. If we can at least take his department yet before we break for lunch.
I believe Mr. Wilder is in the office, but he is satisfied with his budget.
If I'm not mistaken, our district clerk is satisfied with his budget as presented, and I will move approval of the budget.
Second, Mr. Wilder.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Of course, we didn't want to overlook the county clerk. Because
No.
the county clerk has.
It's awesome. I think she's happy with her budget also.
So why are you getting up?
She wants to slap me, basically.
Wants to delay lunch.
It'll take 1 minute. Thank you. Members of the court, I just want to let you know for the second consecutive year, We have shaved a couple of percentage off of our budget, and we've given positions back. We are satisfied with the budget. I want to thank Debbie for working with the office this year in the interest of the taxpayers, and we appreciate working with y'all, and we've had a great year, and thank you to my team for cutting the budget when we asked them to for 2 years in a row.
Move approval.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
And thank you for the couple of percent that you gave us.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Did Waller give us a couple of percent back?
No.
Members of the court, it's 12:20. Would you like to try to finish out the judicial elected officials? It's domestic relations. We have lunch for you back here. Your Honor, what would you think?
Are we going to have any that are going to be?
I don't think so. Is Donald Larson here? No. There is a new position in the budget for the Enforcement Division of Domestic Relations. Just want to emphasize they are quite thankful that they are satisfied with their budget. Jury Services is making a recommendation in IT that relates to them. They're satisfied. Special budgets and courts and judiciary is something I do. We're satisfied.
Move approval of those four.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Your Honor, we're at that point. If you'd like to take a lunch break.
Okay, we'll break for lunch and then be back probably around 1 o'clock, 1:30?
37.
1:30. Fun begin.
Your Honor, now we move to the administration section. The first one is the county judges.
The fun began. I move approval of the judge's budget.
Second. Motion is second. Any discussion? No appearing? Motion passes unanimously.
County administrator.
I'll make a motion for approval.
I like the way you think, Debbie.
I'll move approval.
Second.
We have a motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Non-departmental. This includes both general fund and road and bridge.
And of course, this is where the lump sum retirement contribution is. It's where we, it's a placeholder for the compensation allocation until we actually make those awards and distribute it to departments before the final approval of the budget. It contains our reserves and undesignated. You know, we made an estimate of what we expect our appraisal district allocation to go up to. We have gotten nothing firm from them. We have not seen their budget. We're not anticipating road and bridge needing a operating subsidy this year. They actually are somewhat healthy right now after making this allocation. They actually have about $2.4 million in undesignated.
And don't they also have a pretty good sized cash carry forward?
They have a good sized cash carry forward, that's correct.
About 12 million?
But that is reconsumed into their budgets annually. We also are aware of a couple of refunds that we're requesting from the state for prior right-of-way projects that have been delayed excessively. When I say excessively, like into 2020 and 2030. So we've already made contributions to those projects, so we're now in the process of asking for our money back. So there'll actually be a minimum of a couple of $1 million more that go into that fund. We talked earlier today about how the commission on the sales tax commission that we keep from motor vehicles, that's been apportioned between road and bridge fund and the general fund, and it is slowly being moved legislatively back to the general fund. I think next year it'll be 100% general fund. Year after. Okay. So hopefully by having a little bit of cushion in the road and bridge fund between the anticipated refunds from the state of Texas and where we are right now, we may not need a subsidy into the road and bridge fund from the general fund for a couple of years. But that's only a couple of years. It will come back.
What has been the state of Texas's attitude regarding those refunds?
Oh, they're working with us. Now, they have taken a bit of time
reconciling where they are, what they have spent so far. They have a couple of, for lack of a better term, to call them analysts, that are working with each other to be confident what has already been spent, so what our actual refund will be. So I think there's actually an item on the agenda next week addressing 2 out of 3. There's a third one that's still in the reconciliation phase.
I guess, back up on the non-departmental. You're putting in the undesignated this time where we have had 5, you're putting 7.9.
And that's,
That's
actually,
again kind of that's a balancing.
it's a balancing act. You're absolutely correct. We started with 8.6 in this year. That's what we have right this minute. And as we told you, a little over 3 of that was from the debt service issue. We moved that down into reserves. And then in the end, yes, we started with 5, but by the time we were done, it ended up at 7.9. So 2.9 of that is operating resources.
Because one of the things I would like for us to, we talked about whether or not we might be able to make a double. We talked about $5 million for unfunded liability, but we might be able to do $5 million at the very first, and then $5 million next year to do a total of 10, and then get on a regular track to try to do $5 million a year. Again, after we've looked at all of our reserves, we'll be able to get a better feel as to whether we can do that. We also, again, looking from a road and bridge standpoint, and looking at that in regards to our transportation bond issue package. Historically, if we had right-of-way money that we were needing on projects, we would take that out of our regular road and bridge account.
Correct.
We have used about $6 million, which is about the interest that we've earned off of our transportation bonds, and we use that to buy, basically pay for these right-of-ways as opposed to taking it out. I would like to ask y'all to go back and look at what the possibility would be if we took the $5.9, $5.8 million that we spent bonds interest on the transportation bonds that we spent to buy right-of-way for projects. If we put that back into the transportation bond package, paid for that out of right-of-way reserves, and then took that about $6 million, and used that to pay for Harley. And then Commissioner Brooks, we discussed a little bit last week about the amount that he might need for the Chisholm Trail projects for St. Francis Village. I think that new number is now $300,000 to $400,000.
About 5.
Okay,
500,000 rather than
500,000.
3 million.
Then if we took that and then whatever was left out of, after paying for those 2 projects, then it wouldn't be coming out of the discretionary funds of everyone. Whatever's left, then taken and applied to the excess, which we've said we're going to divide 5 ways.
Just let me ask you a question, just to understand what you're saying. On the interest earnings that we used to buy right-of-way, are you saying that you're going to take that $5.9 million or $6 million, put it back into the bond package?
And pay for it instead out of our reserves.
Out of our general fund reserves.
General and or cash and out of road and bridge. We've got, I think the last time I looked, we had about $12 million estimated in cash carry forward.
In road and bridge?
Uh-huh.
But that's being all reused within the budgets that exist today in road and bridge fund, with the exception of $2.2 million.
Okay, then I guess if that's the case, and we're using every bit of it,
Right.
and we're projecting to use every bit of it.
I can't anticipate, and this is probably the most susceptible that it will be underspent. It really all depends on a lot of things, how many of the right-of-way projects out there will actually come to be. Now, the right-of-way projects that are out there next year are far fewer than what we normally have on the table. So the odds of spending more of that are higher. Now, the rest of it is the commissioner's budget. Again, a lot of what they spend will hinge on how the weather holds up during
during the year. You have extreme rainy season, you're going to use less. And we haven't seen that happen in a long, long time. And then sometimes it's even as hard to work in the kind of heat that we have been having, but customarily they are out there in that.
Well, let's go through the reserve discussion, see where
Right.
we are. If we have it, we do. If we don't, then we'll come back and make another plan. But again, that way we solve the Harley issue, we solve the St. Francis Village issue,
Yeah, Judge, we don't need, like on the Harley issue, if we have cash reserves, non-transportation cash reserves, rather than taking that 5.9 and reimburse the road operations as far as the bond package, we can just simply pay for that out of cash.
well, I'll be a little selfish in the standpoint that if I can get that $6 million moved back over there, Renee sees where I'm going. If I can get that moved back over there and we've got excess, then I get a fifth of that excess. If you pay for it out of reserves, I don't give you that excess.
We surely want you to get whatever excess there is.
I thought you would.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate that. Otherwise, that $6 million.
Because his partners aren't going to give him any.
Okay.
Why don't you just show them how you want it done, how we want it done?
I'll have that figured out before we go get the cash reserve discussion.
Okay.
Let's see, and that brings us,
Have we approved the non-departmental?
We have not approved either non-departmental, general, nor road and bridge yet.
one of the things, let me just ask the court if you want to discuss this as we've discussed it non-departmental. Do you want to have any discussion at this time, or would you prefer to wait and have the discussion with regards to, are we looking at a 3% level, or are we looking at a merit, or when do you want to have that discussion?
I'd like to have a recommendation from HR.
We thought we might try to bring that back to you next court.
Rob.
A week from tomorrow, if that's okay. We haven't talked about it too much internally.
Okay.
If you'll give us a week, we'll be more than happy to give you a recommendation next Tuesday.
Okay. That'll be good. Historically, they haven't given us that recommendation. Historically, that's been a recommendation we've made. Now, that doesn't mean we're not going to ask them. But I thought.
We've come to the court with recommendations. The last couple of years, of course, we've got the, what we call them, the lump sum payments, and then we have the adjustment to base in January this past year. But prior to that, when we actually funded merit budgets, then we would come with a recommendation for the court. That's correct.
That's what
Okay. Okay. Do I have a motion, or I don't have anything right now?
I move approval of non-departmental general fund and road and bridge.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Debt service.
I mean, debt service is exactly as we spoke earlier today, and of course, this is the situation here in the event we determine we don't need to sell debt, and that hasn't been determined yet, where you might have a swing of tax rate that might be able to address the situation you were just describing.
The $38 million, though, includes selling debt.
Yes.
What are the issues concerning whether or not we decide to sell this? What's it going to depend on?
Well, it really depends on the demands that we have on the cash that's on hand right now. It's a matter of the information that transportation gathers from the other cities that we're in the middle of projects with on when those projects will be completed and paid. There is also a sizable
There's a rebate.
rebate for
Refunding.
Huh?
Refunding of certain debt. We can refund debt.
Yeah, we're going to be refunding some debt anyway, but I'm talking about the transportation project. The text dot.
Well, no, I mean, there's issue with the T.
Thank you.
You know, I think what we might want to do, we want to talk about that. We'll schedule next Tuesday again, and let's bring all of that in here and lay it out for the entire court to look at. I think by that time, we'll have some of the meetings we talked about as relates to cash balances. And then we'll also have that, and that way we can lay this thing out totally for the court. You guys can, you gentlemen can go ahead and review it and then give us a recommendation. I would like to make sure that, I would like personally, just because of the posting requirements, to see if we can come to a conclusion if we're going to sell debt or not by the 14th of this month, because we have publication issues we need to deal with. So we'll go ahead and schedule that for the 14th and just do a work session and lay it out and let you all look at it.
So the debt service would be a to be considered at this point in time?
Sounds good. Absolutely.
Do I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second. Second.
We have a motion and a second to place debt service under to be considered. Please vote.
DK is not prepared to present it today.
Oh, I could.
Motion passes unanimously.
Commissioner Johnson, you may not want to hear about it all today, so.
Nor will we want to hear it next Tuesday.
County Auditor.
We expressed any concern we had with Ms. Snyder, so
Was she responsive?
she said she would be in the future. If not, I'll let you know.
Now tell them what time their response was.
Pardon?
What time was that response?
It was sometime after midnight, so she might have had a little edge to the fact that we were asking because it was 1 minute late, but she said she'd help us out in the future if need be, so.
Correct.
Move approval.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Budget Risk Management.
We're at your mercy.
Are you satisfied with your budget?
You know, there's always things. Yes, sir. The budget office said they would be there to help if it became necessary, and I believe every word they said.
And we recommend that you approve this.
It would be Kim. I did.
Move approval.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Tax Assessor.
Judge, Commissioners, first I want to...
Chairs.
Sir?
Get out your lounge chair.
My lounge chair. Now, come on. Actually, not that long. I want to start by thanking the court for giving me the opportunity to be the tax assessor collector of Tarrant County. I want to thank you very much for that. I also want to thank the Tarrant County family because they've all been so helpful and welcoming to me. But in particular, I want to thank the 4 people to my right, GK, Debbie, Renee, and Ron. And if Kim were here, I would give her a special shout out. These 4 people, 5, have been enormously helpful to me my first year. And that's not just sucking up. I'm very serious. This is my first budget that I've actually been involved in the formation. Last year, it had already gone in when I was sworn in. And my very first meeting on my very first day was with Debbie Schneider to go over our budget. And but she has been extremely helpful this year to me, and I want to thank her for that and also her patience. There are 3 items that I requested and were not recommended that I want the court to consider reinstating. One is one position, and that is the cashier and motor vehicle. We have seen over years a pattern of increase in cash transactions here downtown. But since spring, when we made a decision to no longer accept Visa for motor vehicle face-to-face transactions, we've seen a tremendous increase, 37% increase across the tax office, which is like $2.5 million in cash increase. For downtown, it's been 30% increase, which is more like a $268,000 increase in cash from April through June. What we've done in the cage and motor vehicle, there's 1 person there, and we have from time to time, in fact quite often, pulled one of our title clerks to assist her That title clerk also fills in for her when she is out. The problem is twofold. One is when we really need the help is when we're busiest, and when we're busiest, that's the most difficult time to pull a clerk. But the other reason is this, and that's the increase in cash transactions. That cage upstairs, or rather downstairs for you, also handles insufficient funds. It handles a lot of the internet transactions, and we really need another full-time person there instead of pulling a clerk whenever we need. We're having to do that more and more often, so we're losing the effectiveness of having that clerk. So I would ask that you reinstate that position. The second thing is, yes, sir.
Ms. Snyder,
Yes?
he's trying to protect $238,000.
And we were too. As a matter of fact, the situation, the conversation that we had, and I thought we were in agreement, so I'm a little surprised. Since we have clerks that are backing up this position on a regular basis, we don't disagree with its need. Let's take either the next vacant position or one of the positions we have right now and turn it into this position instead of creating a new one. So I thought that's where we were.
We need to talk more.
Okay.
I apologize if that's in order, by the way. No, we were not in agreement on
Okay. That's not what I understood at all.
that. Okay. I just didn't argue with you, but that doesn't mean I agree with you.
It's all about point counterpoint.
That's right.
Excuse us, y'all. We over here.
Anyway, I need a cashier.
So you need a what?
I'm asking for, yes, a grade 17 cashier.
How much money is that, Ms. Snyder?
It is $53,414
For grade 17?
with all the benefits. That's even for 11 months, not for 12. That's really more.
Is that for benefits and everything?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you fixing to continue and tell us you still need that? You're not going to tell us you still need that internal audit?
No. Need it? Yes. I'm not asking for it to be reinstated, though.
Just wanted to make sure there wasn't another breakdown in communication.
No.
So you're asking for this one
That's correct.
position?
Yes, sir.
No more?
No more positions.
No more positions.
We only asked for 2.
I have 2 more items to discuss, though.
I move approval of the grade 17.
I'll second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Second,
Continuous ground, Ron.
I can detect that, yes. There's also, the other item is the queuing system. This is a system that would involve a kiosk and monitors mounted in the tax office that would do several things, actually. One is it queues people up with their number and tells them which station to go to for that transaction. We have a significant problem, especially in the larger offices, Arlington and Northwest. This was originally in the budget for the building, you might recall.
By the way, still is. Our plan is.
I thought that had been closed out.
It's still in the Northwest Sub-Courthouse budget, construction budget, and our plan is at the end of this year to carry forward $25,000 of that so we can plan for a queuing system in the Northwest Sub-Courthouse as the test site. Of course, I was out there the other day.
Now, what did you just say with your lips?
We were out there the other day.
Huh?
We were out at the Northwest Sub-Courthouse the other day. And so my hope was to see that courthouse in action, but there wasn't hardly anybody in the tax office at that time of day. So, but the plan is to proceed with a queuing system out there as originally planned. So we are going to do one sub-courthouse as the beta site, and that's yours.
So is this where you're asking for it at mine?
And Arlington.
And Arlington?
Yes, and I would invite you to go to Arlington on any day.
Yeah, I'm sure Arlington is busy. But our plan is to try it at Northwest, to see how that goes,
Okay.
to see if it meets our
Is
needs.
that planned in Precinct 3's new?
Yes, it is.
Fandango building?
Yes, it is.
It is?
I don't see it in my budget.
It's in there.
It's in there.
Precinct 1 is chopped liver.
No, sir. No, sir. I think Precinct 1,
Now, I'm the one that made the motion for your grade 7.
which is why you're one of my 4 favorite commissioners.
And that $25,000, let me mention,
Okay.
it just happened to have originally been in that budget. I mean, with the commissioner's approval, we can move that to any of the 4 buildings.
No, those are the 2 largest lobbies.
I said with your approval.
But if I can have just a half a minute, and not only accuse people.
Keep digging.
I'm not.
You want bet shovels yet?
The other thing it does is you do a split screen, one for the queuing and one for PSAs. That can be PSAs related to the tax office, changes in tax law, whatever, or PSAs for the county. And the third thing is those machines draw a tremendous amount of data. It will tell us, for example, how many transactions occurred at each station, how long each one of them took, what kind of transaction it was. And that's all collated by that system. So it's going to be very valuable to us in terms of, looking at our labor needs. So,
And they cost how much a piece?
$25,000.
And of course, what we're hoping is that there's a queuing system out there, because right now, keep in mind that each one of those positions have equipment that's owned by TxDOT, by the state of Texas, and they won't allow us to put any software on those desktops. So what we're hoping is that there's a queuing system out there that will work that without us having to put a second PC on each one of those workstations in those sub-courthouses, because that's just inefficient.
Yeah.
And of course, there's some discussion on, Ron, we talked about this the other day, didn't we?
Mhm.
About some further discussion with TxDOT to see if there's not a way to use that one set of equipment that happens to belong to them.
Have you communicated this potential project with IT to see how they can help?
Yes, like
Perspective to incorporate other departments that may be sharing that queuing system?
Yes, I don't know how far up the IT chain it's gone. But I don't know how far up the IT chain it's gone.
About 5 minutes ago, we could have checked that out.
This would have already been installed at Northwest.
You still can't check that out.
I put a stop on it because I wanted to look at it for all of our offices and see what technology was out there, because something had already been chosen for that office. And we wanted to, learn a little bit more about the system. But Arlington is our largest and busiest office. And the problem there is you have people yelling numbers across the lobby. And if I had to choose an office where it's needed most, it'd be Arlington. But I don't want to take it out of Northwest. I would actually like to have one in both because those are the 2 largest lobbies. So I guess my request would be $25,000 instead of 50.
How many of these 25,000s are you going to need?
I want to start with
There's 6 tax offices.
yes, but I want to start with 2 because we haven't done this before. And I want to see how well they work.
You want to start with 2, but Northwest is already there, like you mentioned?
Well, the money's already there.
The money is already there. So actually, you're only making the request for another 25 for precinct 2.
That's correct. That's correct. That's correct.
And our recommendation was to start with 1 to see if it actually suits our needs before we duplicate the system in other subcourts.
Is the one that you're talking about for Northwest, is it going to use the existing laptops on the?
Don't know that yet.
Right now, we cannot connect it to the DMV system.
Okay, now is that something that So that's the new Department of Motor Vehicles office that the state set up.
That's correct. And
Where we may have an inside contact that could at least help
yes,
move toward being a little
yes,
more efficient.
yes. Right now, the computer that operates the kiosk, that's where all the information, all the data would come to. That one computer.
Well, I guess my feeling would be that maybe between now and the time they put it in yours, we can get that agreement set up. But I would hate to spend the money and not be able to connect to the existing systems and having to create this situation now where we have to have 2 laptops on each desk. I know that your love for computers, how much you love that.
Well, it doesn't really require, for the queuing, or for any of it, doesn't require being hooked up to the state system.
So how are you gaining the information then on what they're doing and how long it takes to do if you're not touching into the computer that they're working on?
Because as soon as they're finished with a transaction, they're ready for another one, and that's when they hit their button, and that queues the system.
But how would it queue a system to tell them what they were working on? Are they always working on the same thing?
No, but that's the purpose of the kiosk. They go into the tax office, and it's just like a DPS or a Social Security office. You will type in
what you're there for.
Right. And so we know when we queue that number and we send them to a specific workstation, what that transaction is for.
Okay. That's where that was the link I was missing.
Yeah.
I move to approve that $25,000 provided that you work with IT and the eager subcommittee.
What 25? For your office?
No, for.
Yes. Right.
Yes, it is for his office. Yours is already approved.
Not for my office, for the
No.
county tax office within the Arlington subcourt.
Mine is in the budget. It has not been approved by me yet.
Well, that's not going to be something we're discussing here today, I don't think.
No, I don't think it is either.
Well, we're fine. I think we're on the right track then. Of course, if he doesn't spend that $25,000, then it'll come back into the overall general yeah, it would be non-debt capital of the county. We have a motion. Did we get a second?
I'll second. This is for his
Yeah, that's for his. So now we have a motion to second for his sub-courthouse.
Now, I just want to make sure the motion is clear.
You're spending $25,000.
You get 25 and nobody else does. That's
Provided that Ron works with the IT team and the EGO subcommittee to work out the kinks and the integration and the potential of that technology.
I absolutely will do that.
Thank you.
Well, I do hear that, but once we bought the software, I'm not sure what kinks we worked out at that point in time.
No, we have to do that before.
Right.
So if they don't work out the kinks, you ain't spending $25,000 because that's what this software costs, and you don't have another software package out there that.
Well, it's software and the hardware. It's the kiosk and the monitor.
Okay, well, we'll be talking to you about this time next year. Any other discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Last
You got
item.
anything else you want to talk about?
Only one thing, and it is a very small thing.
Very small.
Yes, it is. And it has to do with my,
Pay for that out of your pocket.
my travel budget. I anticipate traveling a little more in the next year for a couple of reasons. One is I can't get all the classes that I need to take towards my license up here. A lot of those occur in Austin, sometimes in Houston. I was lucky last year in that all of them were up here, in Dallas and then over at TAD. The other thing is this, I will be visiting with legislators when they're in session in Austin on some issues related to the tax office and to the state association of tax assessor collectors. I anticipate going down there at least 4 times during the session. I've requested I think a $5,500 increase, and I would appreciate any extra you can allow me for that.
What did you just say?
How much? I'm sorry.
How much?
Well, I had asked for 7, and I think I got 15. Isn't that correct?
I don't really see that we did anything to it. Did we? Where?
Tax administration.
Ask for 10.
You got 10,000 in education and 1,500 in travel.
Well, it's, okay, I see. So what are you asking for?
The 5,500 I did not get.
So you requested 7,000.
That's correct.
Recommended
That's correct.
$5,500.
You know, newbies don't generally come out this way.
I'm extremely appreciative. In fact, I appreciate the opportunity to even be here.
So the education you think is enough, it's just that you don't think you can get there to get your education.
Okay, well, all of that is supposed to be charged to education. Anything related to a conference is supposed to be charged to education.
There are other things.
Yeah.
Dealing with the legislature
Right.
that will require some travel.
That's like 3 trips to Austin. All right.
Does the travel include hotel?
Anything related to education, the airfare, the registration and hotel should all be charged to education. The only thing that's charged to travel is something that you do that's in direct link to your job, such as you serving on.
Lobbying, going down there and doing.
No, we don't say that word.
If you're asking about travel going down to Austin to
Then
work with the legislature,
legislative,
hotel
yes.
has to be, is part of travel.
Part of travel. And when JD was on the state jail commission, that's travel. When Judge Swearingen was sitting on the.
State paid for
Yeah,
that.
well, it's a bad example because you were reimbursed. When Judge Swearingen was sitting on a subcommittee reviewing the JP rules, that's travel. It's not related to education.
I could give you 2,500 and split the difference.
I'd be happy with that, Judge.
I'll move that we approve an additional $2,500 for travel.
Is that what you're requesting?
I was requesting 5, actually.
5,000?
5,500.
We have a motion and a second.
For 2,500?
For 2,500.
For an additional 25.
For an additional 2,500. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thanks, gentlemen.
I still don't understand. Did he get what he wanted?
He got most of what he wanted. He got more than what he expected.
Elections.
Elections. I'm sorry, elections. Will not attend, and they are satisfied with their budget.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Now, I guess I'm going to have a little bit of this. So we've taken into account that, I guess next year we've got the general election.
General election.
This year we had all the primaries, so there shouldn't be a significant decrease in costs. Okay, that's 500,000, so that is pretty good decrease. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Can we take a couple of minutes before we, I heard this side over here go, but they want a little bit of a break. We're going to take about a 5-minute break, and then we're going to have the new
Okay, the next one is IT.
Okay, I'm going to lead off on this one, so if you will follow me through some of the pre-adjustments. Most of the pre-adjustments that we've had on here are actually related to IT as other information became available. So I'm going to go through these individually. We're going to start with, here we go, operations, 1810201, IT operations. This $284,000, that was actually a duplicate request between their computer maintenance and capital. We overlooked that. We've taken that into consideration now.
Where are you?
I'm sorry, it's IT operations. It's under computer maintenance, a reduction of $284,224.
That's nice.
It's very nice. I like that.
Kind of makes up for everything else we've done today.
I like, well, no, because there's other things here that offset it.
Not everything.
Absolutely nothing. It has to do with an aging budget officer. 1810222, which is IT startup programs. Now, this is just a little small department where we capture some of our startup costs as we're entering into large new systems. In this case, it has been some of the adult case management systems. They had actually had a request here for 2 new project employees, which we are not recommending, and we've expressed that to IT. All of the project employees that will be needed for adult case management will actually be charged as capital to that budget itself. And we are all in agreement with this adjustment here. And actually, there's one more. All right. There's group insurance that goes along with this. So we're going to make another $17,860 adjustment. IT records management, there's nothing there. Security, nothing there.
Why would there not be anything?
Oh, it did. That's the wrong one. Okay, I'm sorry. I misread my own information. Sorry. Yes.
Okay, so the question would be why on the retiree group insurance, what's that 101 doing there?
100 oh, that's the one that goes away. I'm sorry. That's even a bigger one. That's the one that goes away.
Well, but you didn't recommend it, did you?
Oh, it's requested too. Okay. That's called retiree group insurance. Project employees, on employee group insurance, that's all keyed off of head counts. And so when we have a project employee, there's not actually an associated head count right there, but won't calculate the employee group insurance, so we have to have a way to trick it to get it in there. And that's why in this situation only we call it retiree group insurance, and then we move it actually after we approve the budget. It's just the way the system works, and we've got to trick it in this situation to get it in there. So that is all good. The only adjustments in this budget are the $128,933 total.
Okay.
And we're going to go on down to project management. There's $56,000 that we've added to capital, and that's actually for us.
Should it be in capital or should it be in operating?
This one.
You've got it in operating column. Do you mean it to be in
Yes,
capital?
I need it to go over. You're right. Thank you. This is actually an add-on module for the current jury system, and what this is going to do for a very small investment in that system is it's going to help automate when a jury is picked, when a jury panel is selected, there's actually a process right now where the jury cards get taken to the court by a member of that jury pool, and we're actually going to automate that end of it so that we can actually send that list separately to the court before the jury panel ever shows up. So it's going to get the information in the hands of all the courts that are selecting juries faster, and they'll be automated. And of course, that information ultimately goes into the hands of the attorneys in whatever case is being heard that day, whether it be a criminal case, a civil case, or a family case.
So it'll help with voir dire.
Yes, it will. With voir dire. Now, the $543,000 adjustment, which is a large adjustment, is solely related to JCMS maintenance. Now, this adjustment actually represents what will end up being a 15-month payment to CUC for the operation of JCMS for next fiscal year. There will be a payment for October, November, and December, and CUC's desire is for all of its participating counties to pay 1 year's worth of maintenance every January. That way, it eliminates their cash flow issues whenever we have changes in our budget cycle, so that they always have the money on hand to pay for the operation of the systems themselves. Now, we're hoping that this is a short-term cost to us. Basically, we're talking about around $700,000 a year for JCMS maintenance. Of course, we did have one large county that backed out of using JCMS. That put a large burden on the remaining counties. And I just want to emphasize that at this point in time, we are the only ones that have implemented the full package of JCMS, which pushes our proportional costs up above other counties that are still in the project. Now, of course, there is active solicitation of other counties for the use of this software, and there is a lot of interest. It's just that none of those have gone forward yet. So we're hoping that this is a one-time elevation of our own maintenance for JCMS.
So the question is, then the maintenance, there's a basic level maintenance, which everybody is a part of.
Depends on how many modules that you have implemented. Yes.
And then, but the state is paying a portion.
Correct.
There in JCMS, you have JCMS Basic and you have Text Share Juvenile, which is the same as JCMS Premier. And the state pays for the maintenance of JCMS Basic. We don't pay for that, but our portion is driven by population, per rate of population with Dallas County on the Premier. And once we begin to sell that product, I believe there's 2 counties that are currently looking at buying that maintenance number is going to go down because the maintenance costs will then be shared by 4 counties instead of 2 counties.
So if the 2 counties that are considering it now buy in, are we going to get a refund? Because I'm assuming that this represents an amount based upon nobody else coming in.
It is. This amount here is based on no one entering, because the 2 counties that are considering have it in their budget. Once, if it's passed inside their budget, then of course there has to be implementation. There's a stabilization period. Once all that occurs, then there will be an M&O cost. So this is going to be the maximum out of pocket for Tarrant County. Very well could be that it may be less than this. It won't be any more than this.
Who are the 2 counties?
It is Denton County and I don't know who the other one is.
Who dropped out?
I don't think they're either one of them.
Really?
They're dropped out. But I don't think either one of them are very large.
Was it Dallas?
Denton County's pretty good size.
Dallas and us are in it right now. Those are the 2 that are in it.
Right.
We've got 2 more that are looking at coming in it.
Okay.
For some reason, I would think Collin, but that may not be the one. It may be a different county down in southeast Texas.
But bottom line, we're preparing for this being our cost for fiscal year 13. So, those are the adjustments that we're recommending up front for IT. And we pretty much have hashed out every item in this budget a couple of times.
Judge Whitley, Commissioners, I just wanted to let you know that I've immersed myself in this past week thanks to GK, Debbie, and the senior management team and IT, and I endorse this budget. I want to thank everyone that I mentioned here for their help getting me up to speed, and I think it's a solid budget going forward, and look forward to executing it.
Move approval.
Commissioner, would you check to make sure your mic is on?
Under IT records management,
Yes.
the request for capital outlay there is 519,000, and the recommended is $1,000,001. Why is that?
We, included in that budget was some software for the replacement of our record storage system, which we all customarily call Mobius. IT had presented that request at a level of paying $400,000 for 4 years for the purchase of that software. We asked what the outright purchase cost was. We got some information from them that indicated it was just a hair under $1 million. So we are recommending the outright purchase of the replacement of the Mobius system at approximately $1 million, as opposed to paying $1.6 million for the same thing over 4 years. Now, it will have, assuming we go with the vendor who gave us this preliminary estimate, it will have an annual software maintenance license fee cost from year 2 on of about $92,000.
Okay, so instead of renting the software, we decided to buy it outright? Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Correct. Of course, we've used our current records management software probably for the last 20 years.
Okay, which need to be replaced or upgraded,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
Okay. And we have the option of subscribing to it, or IT was presenting a plan to subscribe to the software for 4 years.
Correct.
And you looked at the cost of buying it outright.
Correct.
Is that has anything to do with the cost of software maintenance?
Going
Reducing
down?
from 362 to 17.6.
It does somewhat.
That's a huge difference.
It's a
huh?
huge difference. Mobius was costing us in software maintenance about $400,000 a year. With 385, 360, well, somewhere in that neighborhood of $400,000. We were offered a large discount by that vendor if we prepaid FY13s and FY12. So that's what we did. We paid 13s and 12. So it is in essence paid for FY13.
I see.
That's a very good point. That needed to be made. So thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Thank you.
You know, the CUC projects, as some of them are coming to be. I mean, needless to say, we are wrestling with the ongoing implementation costs, having the right people on board, and of course now we are also looking at all the operating aspects. Some of the things that we've been charging to capital after we've really kind of stepped back and looked at them, we dissected them further. It's like, okay, this is now an ongoing operating cost. So we've redistributed some of those costs throughout this budget also.
Under the IT security, we're spending $505,000.
505,000 for capital.
What exactly is that? And then I noticed that that's another place where software maintenance is going up pretty significantly.
Capital. Steve, I hope you can answer some of these questions because security is probably my weakest at giving explanations. And here's the capital if you want to, you have it in front of you.
I do. I'll need to check. I have it in front of me. I'll need to check on that and get back to you. I don't recall off the top of my head. I know we're making some enhancements to our security posture, but off the top of my head, I need to research that and come back to the commission.
Okay.
I mean, 2 of those, for instance, that would total somewhere in the neighborhood of $250,000, so about half of it is actually to replace end-of-life database monitoring, and email gateways. So just from reading Into Life in the IT world, that tells me it is equipment, servers, whatever, that are at the end of their useful life.
Plus, there's $135,000 for penetration software.
I remember Mr. Hozak was telling me something.
Excuse me?
Let's see if I got a breakdown here.
And on the IT project management, again, we reduced the capital on that account from 4.5 to 3 million.
And that, some of that are those items I was just describing. We've actually taken, see that line item up there that says CUC? One of the things that we've been paying for in capital, that basically is a dollar amount that we will pay every year to CUC for our participation in tech share.
Okay.
That $412,000 down below is a application service provider. That's also some elements of JCMS that are ongoing operating costs. Now, I think some of that, Kurt, is that not some of the items that will dissipate in the near future? Yes, it will. It's keeping the bus running while actually it's ACMS, it's the Adult Case Management System. Yeah, that's related to ACMS, and some of that will dissipate as we actually implement that system. We've got to keep two systems wheels spinning simultaneously until we get the new system fully implemented.
Judge Whitley, Commissioners, I have located with GK's help the actual line items associated with that $505,000 for IT security. It's a number of different items, both hardware and software, including intrusion prevention system scanners. Those are critical for day zero exploits. Before antivirus patches are available, this system will catch problems that are anomalous on the network. Dell server upgrade. This would be used for any number of things, including running application software associated with our security posture. Penetration testing software. We're testing the perimeter. We're testing our data center. We're looking for cracks in the dam. And this is how we stay proactive and stay ahead wherever we can in providing a defense in-depth strategy. End-of-life database monitoring. We want to make sure that database changes through applications are authorized and appropriate. So independent monitoring, not through typically the application itself, but separate and alone from that, is necessary to provide proper auditing and oversight. And then email gateways are essential in either serving as a proxy between the email system or as a filter protecting our email traffic that can be used for a number of different things. But these are all areas that especially need to be kept current to ensure that we have a solid security posture.
What's your pleasure? Do we have a motion second? And if there's no other discussion, please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Human Resources.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The court may recall that we came back to you all at the end of May, and at the time we were looking at one of our long-term staff members, our service center coordinator, had actually taken a position in the IT department. We saw that as an opportunity to reorganize the benefits area in HR, and so we came to the court. You all approved the reorganization. As part of the reorganization, we asked that salary savings that we experienced at the time that we lost this long-tenured employee and then replaced her with a new employee, we were looking at about $16,000 in salary savings. So we asked the court's permission at that point to reclassify some other positions. The other reclasses did not result in any pay raises for employees. The last part of that request was our request to create a part-time position. And so the court approved that. Again, that came to you at the end of May. So we're in the process currently of recruiting, looking for a part-time individual. We thought we had someone, and it didn't work out. When we received our budget, we noticed that the part-time position had not been included for this upcoming fiscal year. Debbie and I have discussed this issue, and I think she has certainly a legitimate concern. Her concern is that the salary savings, while they certainly were in place for current fiscal year, with the new individual, the new incumbent, of course, her salary is far less, about $16,000 less than the former incumbent, and so the question is, where are the salary savings? So that's the dilemma we sort of find ourselves in. And again, I think that that's a legitimate concern. My response to Debbie was that with all of the part-time positions, there really are no ending dates for those positions. Those positions are there for as long as the court provides funding for those positions. So our request is that the court reinstate our part-time position for fiscal year 13, and that's our request as oldies of Tarrant County. I thought you all would laugh at that. I guess not.
How much are we talking about?
I mean, I think we've left $11,580 in there for them to use in any way they see fit. They, I believe are requesting somewhere around $13,500 more. And of course, like Tina stated, Court Communications said the part-time position was, the funding was coming from the vacant position. They're no longer a vacant position. And yes, there was some salary savings, but that will dissipate in a short period of time as the two employees that were reclassified now are no longer at max, so as they're now eligible for permanent salary increases. So the $16,000 savings is now already turned into $9,800 savings, and that will dissipate in a short period of time. And yes, part-time positions are there as long as funding's available. There's no guarantee for anybody's budget from year to year that part-time salaries or temporary salaries will continue.
And I don't disagree with anything that Debbie has said, and she and I had a conversation about this on Friday, I believe it was. And my statement to her at that time was that I was very pleased with the budget. Again, I felt confident that when HR came to the court, that the court, certainly our expectation and the court's understanding was that the part-time position would certainly be in place, certainly beyond this fiscal year, which of course we're looking at just one additional month before the end of the fiscal year. And then to Debbie's point about the $11,850, I think it is, for the temporary part-time salary, what we have included in there that we've not included in years past is we have about $8,500 that we would like to use to either employ an individual or seek services for wellness counseling. And so we've talked to the court some about, and certainly those court members on the PEBC board have seen reports that indicate, that have identified 3 or 4 major medical conditions that really are driving a lot of our claims costs. And so we're proposing to use about $8,500 of the $11,580 to, again, have some either internal or external assistance in trying to get intensive counseling for those individuals who are plagued with those chronic illnesses.
And I do believe as long as we're using a outside contract, that is something we can charge to our Section 125 savings as long as those savings are available. I think it's best that we make sure that's an outside contract.
And we would have no objection to that.
Where does that leave us? What are you asking?
So that's a couple of $1,000, I think.
We're requesting the reinstatement of our part-time position. And we estimate for an individual working 20 hours per week, we estimate a cost of about $13,500, I believe, is the amount.
And there's $11,580 Section 125 fund, and that leaves 11,500 for the, yeah.
And again, as long as those monies are available elsewhere, I certainly have no objection.
What's your brother?
1,920 plus $5.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, we moved approval, we seconded. What did,
Of her request to keep the
Keep it in.
temporary employee in the
Okay.
position.
please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
And that included the rest of our budget.
Right.
Yes.
Purchasing.
Cut it.
I think we only need,
That shirt's not red, is it?
Sir?
That shirt's not red.
No, but I'd like to thank my mom and dad and Coach Petrino for what they've done.
Are you satisfied with your?
Yes, sir.
Move approval.
Second.
And Debbie and I agree.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
We did, I would like to say, for my staff, we actually brought a self-imposed suggested decrease of 6.9%, 9.4% from last year, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
now they do have one of the positions we've frozen. It's not being funded.
Facilities.
He looks happy back there.
He's been on vacation, come on.
We have a motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Resolve all of his budgets.
Of course, you know, he got great joy on playing a little practical joke on me this morning.
What'd you say?
He got great pleasure out of
What'd
playing.
he do?
Well, he pulled in my parking space, and I was right behind him. I didn't know who it was, and so, David, what did I do? I patiently sat there, trying to see what this school was going to do.
Okay, we're going to go to Road and Bridge now. And Precinct 1.
Move approval of precinct 1 budget.
A motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Precinct 2.
Move for the approval of precinct 2 budget.
Second.
We have a motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Precinct 3.
I want to remove
Oh, I've got that on here, if I could just find
a
it.
grade off,
Yeah. Oh, here it is.
360 something.
Here it is, I got it.
How much?
I think it's 365.
It's in capital.
365,970. And with that, I move approval.
Second.
How much was it?
I know.
You just went by it.
365,970.
Okay, we have a motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Precinct 4.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Transportation.
Thank you. I have one item that I'd like the court to reconsider on the capital for the sign shop. We had requested an upgrade for our Adobe Creative Suite. It's our software that we use to create the signs, and also an upgrade to the machine that actually cuts the letters. The software we're using is about 10 years old, and many of the new signs and new MUTCD are not in that software. What it does, you can submit a picture of the sign, and the software will create that instead of us having to draw it by line, so it's much faster creation. And then it stacks the signs on the machine that cuts them, so you have less waste of material. It's $2,100.
Move approval.
Including the $2,100.
Including the $2,100.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion is second.
Not that she's going to be here to know about it.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, that's all we have at this time. Just for the court's information, as we historically do, we're going to place this on our agendas. It's on tomorrow's agenda. so that at any time during the court meeting that you want to talk about the FY13 budget, it's there for you to talk.
Now, probably the next lengthy discussions that we'll have will be a week from Tuesday.
Yes.
And I don't want to say lengthy.
You mean a week from tomorrow, next Tuesday?
Yes, a week from tomorrow.
Okay. And there, we're going to talk about hopefully the cash flow. We're going to talk about
What's bond?
bonds, whether we're going to borrow money, talk about our salary deal.
We'll probably schedule that as a work session in court, rather than just a briefing item, because it is going to we'll probably need probably close to an hour to talk about all that.
You know, sometimes, I mean, in the past, we have reserved Tuesday afternoon to come back and discuss budget topics.
We'll factor that. It may be something we come back after close.
I'll also say that on the 14th, that afternoon, we're also supposed to be getting together our PEBC group where we talk about our health plan premiums and anything that we're looking at there. So that would be something that we'll discuss next Tuesday afternoon. We'll be able to brief the court on either the following Tuesday, the 21st, or the 28th.
That's all we have at this time.
Anything else at this time? Then we are adjourned. Thank y'all.
And we need these mayor's council.